Hello everyone and welcome to yet another game of D&D. Conquerors of Nolyn, this time around featuring Team Yellow. This time I got the name right. So, last time around in Team Yellow's game of Conquerors of Nolyn, this party traveled all the way over to Hejamar, back and forth to fetch several things. First thing they went to fetch was a apprentice of Finasire, the fearable enchanter wizard, a friend of yours. Under his request, you traveled over there, and also because you wanted to be away from Redemption, because there is a bear folk man who seems very keen on fucking up with you guys. Well, one of you guys at least. Or does he now? In any case, you went over there to also get a change of airs. After some shenanigery on the road over there with googly-eyed undead horses and meeting all sorts of people and all sorts of things along the way, you dealt with a problem that arose from the Enchanter's Apprentice, which was apparently him trying to make a pact with a demon. However, you guys thwarted said pact and defeated the demon, a major way to Hejamar after the battle to rest and gather your things to return to Redemption. But on the way, you also met a dragonborn wizard who seemingly was also trying to reach Finasire. You guys decided to group up with him and immediately dragged him into the completely opposite direction as you went into a forest to find ogres, and then also found other such things like bugbears and basilisks, and a dwarf. And all of that happened. Eventually you finished solving all that, went back to the apprentice of Finasire's, Dareg, a centaur, and then however many of that is, maths, you whole lot decided then to return to Redemption after a couple days, 3 days on the road, 4 days on the road, some traveling. You finally reached the city of Redemption, having been away from there for almost a week, if not more than a week. You finally made it back, and you started to prepare yourselves after delivering the apprentice to Finasire, going to the guild and learning that the man you saved from Vane's company, oh man, I forgot their names, the Truth Seekers. After saving Corin from them, Corin decided to spill the beans, and he told you that Vane seeks a treasure in the Feywild and has sent people after it, and then he tasked you guys with going to the Feywild and recovering said trinket, and then making your way back with that. After that task was given, all of you then sort of split in the City of Redemption to try and find whatever new things you needed to have to complete your task. And that is where we left off, with all of you having some sort of shopping trips here and there to try and figure out things, and also with Stormclimb realizing that maybe he doesn't need the gods after all to power his powers, because that's not redundant at all. But I don't know how I should phrase power, so let's go with that. And yeah, that is where we left off. So, in the wake of such events of I don't remember exactly what you were doing, Drakdaring.
I don't know if I was doing much.
Alright.
Honestly.
If I remember correctly, Ender, you were stitching up a bedroll and trying to...
Yep. That's what I remember also.
You got some supplies and you wanted to make Drakterizen's bedroll larger and also fix your blanket that was destroyed.
Yeah.
And Stormclimb, you were having a conversation with Damocles and having some insights and breakthroughs.
Yeah, but if anything, if we could retcon it, I'd also like to do some minor shopping.
Of course, we're totally going to do some shopping. And before night came down, because this is like a little flashback before night. And so if there's anything you want to do, Draktharian, let me know. But Falcon, as you find yourself in a redemption, having been dragged around by this curious, illustrious folk whom you have been traveling with for the past few days, eventually you do think it's been enough time after you go across this land, this city, stopping at several shops along the way. You do go to the mage's quarters, which has been pointed out to you by your traveling companions. You find Elmez's sorcerer's artifacts and relics, where you buy material components you need for spells. And it's quite interesting, the whole thing, because after you do that and you decide to go to the Bent Intent Arcane Emporium where Finasair works, or is at least, and you talk to him, Finasair, he just kind of heartily chuckles as he's talking to you. Oh, my dear Falcon, if I knew you were going to be shopping, I would have told you to go talk with those friends you have been traveling with. They're from the guild, and don't you know, guild people get discounts on components for spells.
My brain somehow stopped there for a second, but it's okay because the only thing I really need to pick up was this liar anyways. Is
What?
this liar. If I have to be traveling around with a bunch of people that irritate the hell out of me, I'd like something I could use to de-stress a bit with.
Well, fair enough. Oh, liar. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I probably should have clarified it's with a Y and not an IA.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell is you talking about? Sure.
Sorry, liar, not liar, liar, pants on fire. More like liar, liar, pants on fire.
Okay,
Like,
gotcha.
musically inclined.
Now it makes sense. Thank you.
It's either that or just call it an acoustic guitar.
It's not though. It's a lyre. It's a different instrument.
It's a liar. It's like a mini harp.
It's a very different
Same.
instrument. No, it's not.
Same.
It's a harp. Just compare an acoustic guitar with a harp.
Well, don't worry.
It's just easier to picture. I mean, you could just say harp too.
In
Yeah,
a,
my head.
in a few centuries, whenever people start to catalog musical instruments, then sure, people will be calling lyres acoustic guitars for the sake of easiness, for your common pleb folks. But then all the purists out there will know deep down in their hearts that a lyre is its own thing. But anyway, Finisar then he just shakes his head. Well, in any case, if you ever need to buy more material components, I don't know that the guild has given you any sort of approval or anything, but you can always come to me and I will be sure to give you a discount. Where everything is fair, of course. But anyway, you had written in your letters, Falcon, that you wanted my help.
I've been having a bit of a problem lately involving things aren't staying the way they should, and I'm not really sure why. Like that little friend I had, combustion and all that. You know, it's not the only thing that combusts. Sometimes I knock things off of the table. They're back on the table. It's very, very concerning.
You said you suffer from this. You feel like time isn't quite what it is or should have been around
I
you.
can't sleep.
I have come across something. If I'm being honest, I did a little bit of researching. If you don't mind my intrusion, that is, of course.
Oh, no, don't worry. Many things have been intruded upon in the past few days.
If you do not mind, I have tried to look up you, Falcon. And I find it very odd. You don't seem like a liar or a charlatan in the least, and yet what I have found about you claims that you are dead. Or should have been
like
dead.
Ugh.
So how do we solve this conundrum, Falcon?
Well, I could always find a nice place to lie down and pass away.
Do you remember anything from this life you claim to have had before? The person you said
It's
you were.
hazy. Ah. Well, I came from a scholarly place of many the higher brow that my brain is trying to calculate elves and all that kind of jazz.
Oh, you're from Soulfuck then.
Didn't really know my parents.
That's not has anything to do with your relationships. Really, Soulfuck is you know what Soulfuck is, don't you? Mergen?
I can think of a few things, but I probably shouldn't say them. Though no. I do recall it was a place involving many literatures that I had a lot of time to read. But the important thing is, I'm not supposed to be here, and I'm not sure why. And it seems like everything that I mess around with kind of goes back to the way it was.
I believe I have an idea of what it might be. You see, Gautazan, he gets all manner of travelers, many bards and storytellers and people who have traveled the world way further than I have, and I did come up with, well, I didn't come up myself per se, with this idea, but there is something that I imagined could be happening with you, considering what you're describing and what's happening with you. How familiar you are with the gods, the Almighties?
I couldn't really think much of them, couldn't really care less about them, to be very honest.
Very well. I believe you should start paying a little bit of attention to them. There's Hakapfagan. She's the Lady of Fates. I believe you should try and seek out a priest of Hakapfagan. Maybe they can help you or guide you in your way a little bit. Maybe. If not, then a priest of Lemential, who was, according to the stories, an apprentice of Hakapfagan. They are the Fates, dear Falcon, seem odd with you. I heard from these stories that it is possible. Don't ask me how. I have no idea, but I imagine that you were dead. You did die at some point, as was your fate. And you were brought back to life. But it was not in the designs of this world. I imagine that you being alive goes against fate itself.
So what am I, a zombie or something?
To be quite honest, I don't know. I would call you a paradox, if anything.
Oh. So you're saying I ticked off some fate lady. Big magic fate lady in the sky.
I don't know. This is indeed something new that I never quite heard of or experienced, but I'm reaching at straws here, and this is the best I can think of, with what information I currently have, and have been gathering ever since we started exchanging letters.
Oh, wonderful. Hey, here I was hoping you'd be able to do some of your big divine magic or something instead of having to talk to some giant floating head. But if
No,
what you say is true, then I'll find somebody.
well, you see, if what I believe is happening is indeed happening, I believe that time flows differently around you, and you should not exist as far as the fates are concerned, and your mere existence is breaking reality. I think that is why odd things happen around you, and time seems to flow in weird ways. And I don't know if that could be the reason why, but maybe that's also why people seem to combust and explode around you.
That almost makes it sound like everything I do doesn't have a meaning behind it.
Well, it does. Sounds like that indeed, but still, I don't know. As far as I can tell, you're a wild card in the designs and the fates. This is indeed something I never experienced.
Huh. Are you familiar with time magic at all?
I know a thing or two, but not to the extent you would need to understand this time dysplasia you suffer.
Huh. I feel like I royally ticked something off somehow.
I would suggest either seeking a priest of Hakapfagan or Lemential, or maybe looking a little bit more into your own past, Falcon. Maybe how you died or what you used to do before you died. It is no secret that, those elves from Sofok, they do some weird magic down there in Mergen. It's not the first time people have had accidents over there.
Accidents? Oh, yeah, I see how it is. I did tick someone off, didn't I? Well, I'll go find this priest, I'll go ask him some questions, maybe they'll splash a little bit of holy water on my face.
Regardless,
What was
I don't know that it would help much, but these friends of yours whom you have been traveling with, they're quite interesting in some regards, and why don't you do an experiment and travel with them for a while? See if, I don't know, if fates bend around them.
Well, I can know that if I ever wind up saving any of them from danger and they wind up combusting later, we'll find out it's all for naught.
Indeed.
Well, I appreciate the time you've given me.
Oh, I appreciate
What was
you
that god's name again? I'm sorry.
for the opportunity to study this fascinating new field of magic. And of course, let me write that down for you. And he plucks off a piece of paper as he starts to write down the name of the gods, the Almighties, that may be relevant to your cause, being the goddesses of fate. Well, the goddess of fate and one of her most devout acolytes. Kapfagun and Mential.
Oh, I did not spell that the way you just did.
You must have had to throw a couple of dexterity saving rolls to be able to type those names out, Doug.
Welcome
about
to
to
the game of trying to type the names Doug comes up with before him.
I mean, I had to make an intelligence check to read my own handwriting
Oh, that's impressive.
to begin with. So there you go. Speaking of checks and drawings and things, don't forget to roll your cards.
Oh, right,
reminder.
the deck thingy.
Make sure you don't have the party token
The yellow
selected.
team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like the only thing that's on the board right now.
Oh, just don't. Well, normally if it's not selected, it's not gonna be a
It'll
big
just
problem.
roll you.
Yeah. So long as you have selected your character. Oh no.
Dang it, I clicked the 3. Yeah.
Oh
that back.
man. 2,
took your
3,
card.
and
Mine
1.
Actually,
My card kill. Get over here.
Except aces are great.
yeah, Ace gives you advantage, and Jack gives you a +10.
Who the heck's Jack, anyways?
I don't know, but he's a good guy.
That seems like a jerk. Woo.
Well, you better hit the road.
Well, I'm not a devout man by any way, shape, or form, or speak of the word, but I'll do my best. Hopefully, when I make my presence known to said god, I don't get smited out of this reality the moment it happens.
Hopefully not. And, well, if you do, then it just was never meant to be.
Just kind of grinning and looking at the slip of paper for like a solid moment. Well, regardless, I thank you for your time.
And I thank you for yours. Time. What a strange concept it has become. In any case, don't forget, if you ever need anything in the way of arcane components, supplies, or anything, make sure to come here. And I'll give you the guild discount even if you're not with the guild formally. And if you are, let the other merchants know.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. And for a second here, I thought the discount was not traveling with them for a moment.
Don't let them hear that.
One of them's small enough, but I think I'd know if something was crawling around inside my coat.
Oh, I never
Whoa.
known. At this day and age. But anyway, I'll have to finish explaining some things to my... hopefully new assistant.
Well, good luck with that. I'm gonna go find your thing, and hopefully nobody dies in the process.
Well, best of luck to you, Falcon. And don't forget, if you need anything, come to the Arcane Emporium.
I'll remember that. I need to talk to your dragon later anyways.
Of course. And he dismisses you as he goes back to his own dealings, but as Finn turns around and starts walking back into one of the doors, Beaker, his owl that's been on his shoulder, just jumps out of his shoulder, flies to the table and just perches there and keeps looking at you. And as soon as Finn is out of earshot, Beaker starts jumping up and down in the table and just looking at you. Oh, you're with them. You're with the what, robbers. The robbers. I will keep an eye on you. I will keep both my eyes on you, and I will know if you rob anything. And he just keeps bouncing up and down and shouting things at you.
Did you just call me a thief?
All of you are thieves, and you're walking with thieves, three of them. A small one, he's the best thief, he can even be seen.
You know, there's a spell of mine that requires feathers.
You're trying to steal my feathers! Trying to steal my feathers! A robber! A robber! I knew it! I knew it! And it just jumps.
Oh, you're gonna make me a thief!
It jumps off from the table and just flies away into the tower. And he just kind of perches on top of the stairs just before he's a little bit out of sight, but he's still keeping both his big round owl eyes on you.
Somehow I understand why dwarves keep books of grudges. I think I'm starting to relate to them more. Maybe I shouldn't have grown up around elves. Okay, I'm leaving.
And you do. And as you leave, you have the remainder of the evening to buy for more supplies along with the rest of the party. Who, for convenience's sake, I'm gonna say you guys have not yet gone to bed, and you all meet one another in the main thoroughfare, because I would say, Drac, Daring, have you decided on what you want to do?
I mean, unless I can go pick up some more healing potions, I really don't need many things.
Alright. If you don't really need anything, I will say that you're in the main thoroughfare, kind of watching a little bit from a distance as Bertio, the blacksmith, is giving you a little bit of pointers and directions. Even though you don't have all the time to commit to the craft as yet, you still wanna let him know that you haven't forgotten about your deal.
Yeah.
And
I'd say I'd spend any downtime doing that.
And for the sake of simplicity, Ender and Stormclimb also happens to be with you, and Falcon comes right along, and the four of you are reunited. And then you can do whatever it is you want to do before night and your new adventure tomorrow.
So, while we're at the, what is it called? Steel Thunder Blacksmiths?
You better believe it is. Steel Thunder Blacksmith.
Yeah, while we're there, I was thinking of seeing if we could get some silver bullets, or either that or from the guild, because Stormclimb remembered what Father Azine told him about Fays, being vulnerable to silver, even though that's not what happened with the hag they fought, but, it's still good to invest just in case.
Wait, did Father Azim tell you that Fae were weak against silver?
Yeah, that's why that's why Stormclimb got his rapier silvered. Because they thought that it might work, but it didn't.
Oh, maybe. You haven't been at the guild and haven't talked to Anthony and having gotten talk to him about, like, oh, you're going to the Feywild tomorrow. You also learned a thing or two about the Fey, and mostly it's not only Fey that inhabit the Feywild. There's monstrosities and other such things, but Fey aren't necessarily universally weak to silver. It's very few specific creatures that are weak to silver. Mostly ghosts. Or is it? Don't quite remember. But anyway,
It's mostly for stabbing spirits.
What about werewolves?
Werewolves?
Yeah, werewolves
Yeah.
and ghosts is there's no rhyme or reason to who gets silvered. It's just someone. It's kind of random. I mean, of course, there is rhyme and reason, but I don't know. So, up to you, really. If you want to get some silvered bullets.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to hint to me that would be a waste, so I guess I won't do that then.
Never know when we're gonna run into a ghost.
Yeah, but
Shoot that
like,
ghost.
It's clear that Doug is trying to dissuade me from getting silver bullets, so I'm not going to just try and push it.
Okay,
So-
we don't have to. We don't need every single one of our attack rolls to be silvered or magical or something like that. I guess we're fine.
Says the guy with magic fists.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We already have 2 silver weapons and magic fists.
Theoretically, silver is one way to bypass resistances of creatures, but magical weapons always do that. So
Because some enemies aren't silver weak, so.
yeah,
So I should just get +1 bullets?
pretty much. Good luck enchanting them.
Yeah.
Well, I figured the guild would have something like that.
And yet they do not.
Yeah.
Worst
Speaking of
guild.
enchantment, I guess we forgot to tell Anthony about what was it? Foulwing?
Feldwing.
That enchanter guy?
Feldwing.
Feldwing, yes. But I guess, like, if anything, we could just send Stormclaim could just ask Ander to just draft a letter to send it to Anthony, and let him know that we've heard a tweet, I guess, a little birdie told them that Feldwing is, there's been suspicion that Feldwing is the one enchanting souls into items, but they haven't gotten any provable evidence yet, so if anything, Stormclimb offers that he could try and see if they can get any evidence against this Feldwing.
Are you just going to tell them about it, or do you want to investigate it yourself first?
Yeah, we could literally. He's in the city.
Oh yeah, but
We could
I'm
literally
trying
just stop by.
I was just going to have it send a letter, and then we could take care of it after we go into the Feywild.
We got time.
Sorry. And let's see. I guess. Well, other than that, the only Stormclimb will definitely talk to the group about that, and mostly ask for. How do I put this? He's going to ask them if they'd like to help out to try and see if they can get any evidence, and then I guess we'll go from there and see what happens. Other than that, Stormclimb was thinking of seeing if pocket watches were available, if they exist in this world.
Boy,
So
what a
get one
great
for
question.
Ander.
I don't believe so. I mean, why
Because
would
it's
you
important
need
to
a
keep track of time?
why would you need a pocket watch if you can just look up and see the sun? Think.
Because
As-
time,
As
time
many
moves
people thought
differently.
in that day.
Yeah,
Time moves differently in the other planes, and not only that, but why wouldn't somebody make a watch? There's artificers in this world.
artificers. There are indeed artificers, but I guess clocks are not quite, something they thought they needed to put down in the player's handbook, in ye olde player's handbook.
Sundial, sundial.
Keen mind feet. Keen mind feet.
I am not going to waste a feat just to get keen mind.
Hey, be nice to Keen Mind. It's gotta have something to do.
Keen mind?
It's-
Yeah, it's
Keen
great
mind
for
is
knowing
good,
exactly
but
what
the
time it
thing
is.
But the thing is that I'm not. Fighters get feats for days, while Stormclimb, as a paladin, he'll only be able to get 2 or maybe 3 feet. So I got to make those count.
Well, that's the sacrifice you gotta make.
Stormclimb, make roll d20.
Okay.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah, sounds about right.
You find a pocket watch for 1 gold piece.
Huh. Okay. Sure. Let's see. Since Stormclimb's with the group, he's just gonna ask if he could just take a gold piece from the community, because he's only got silver pieces
That's
on him.
what it's there for.
Okay. Please deduct the 1 gold. Drac the accountant.
That's me. It's my gold. No, it's our
Mm.
gold.
By the way,
I'm going.
what day is today?
Today is the
Really?
28? However you say nominal numbers in ordinal numbers in English.
Day of the week.
Oh,
Is it
I think
a
it's Fantasy
Thursday?
Wednesday.
the 28th. The 28th
Which day
is,
of the week?
is Fantasy Tuesday.
Yes, that was perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome, I guess.
Can
I'm
we ask why?
mildly confused, but sure.
Because you were narrating how Falcon is this time shenanigans, and it's Thursday, so Thursday is what a concept.
No,
Thanks for the meme.
never could get the hang of Thursdays.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Well, in any case, I got this gold watch. How does it look? Describe it to me, Doug.
Oh, you
Put me on the spot.
motherfucker! It is a round, not super, overworked. The casing is mostly made of iron. You get the sense that the person who sold it to you was mostly trying to fetch a quick penny out of it, rather than really trying to, be an. It wasn't really an artisan who was selling their most prized, beautiful thing. It was like someone who had this thing and just wanted to hand it over for whatever quick bucks they could make. And it's mostly made of iron. The outside is not super smooth. You can see several scratches here and there. On the inside, it's very simple. It's just the round casing with a glass pane that you can see it's cracked in a couple places, and there's the hands is what they call.
Yes.
The hands of the clock there. They're also made of metal, and you can see there are notches in several places that with numerals, I guess, in common, because Roman is not a thing. That tells which hour it is, and it's divided in 2 hours, like you have seen before many times. Stormclimb.
Numerals in Dwarvish.
Dwarven
That-
numerals.
Yeah, that's fancy.
I like that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'm.
Numerals in Elvish, because why not?
Wow.
Wait, is anybody able to read Elvish?
I don't know.
Definitely not.
It's just
Greatest
numbers,
pocket
we
squash
know.
that no one can read.
I mean, like, if it was Dwarven, Ander could get away with it, but we really fucked ourselves into a corner by saying it's in Elvish.
Well,
To be fair.
you do know like where you know what time it is now and what time it is showing on the clock, and then you're like, oh, okay, so this is like 12 is the one that is pointing to this direction, and then from that point, oh, this is 12, this is 1, 2, 3, and
You're learning Elvish, think like that.
Yeah.
You're starting to pick up Elvish.
Yeah, you
Okay, well,
don't
now
need to be proficient in the language to be able to read like 3 words of it or numbers.
Okay. Well, now that you've said that the time matches up with the current time of the day, Stormclimb now definitely knows that this watch is working. So he's going to hand the watch over to Ander and say, "Here you go, Ander, I got you this watch so we can keep track of how long we're in the Feywild. It's a little messed up, but I'm pretty sure that it'll do its job, and, when we get some more money, we can fix it up for you."
Oh, nice. Thanks, Little. And I guess I'm a complete adventurer now. I got everything that I need here.
Yep, you're our party leader. Let's see. Oh, right, I guess there's one other thing I wanted to ask you and the other guys, and Falcon. So we never really reported the fact that we never told Anthony about Feldwing being the enchanter that was putting souls into magical items, or at least that's what Finn told us. And I feel like we should tell Anthony about that, but we don't really have any evidence to prove that Feldwing is the enchanter. So that's been, making all those soul items. So do you want to, help me real quick and see if we can get any evidence against this guy? Find if, he's actually the guy doing all this nasty stuff with the Nephilium?
Why don't we just go to his shop?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I was thinking was that you, Drac, and Falcon can try to distract this Feldwing guy while me and Ander sneak into the back.
You want
And-
to break into a man's shop?
I mean, we're not exactly breaking in. We're just entering lawfully, and then we're illegally going into the back.
Right.
That employees only. But
I'm
you know,
not
Anna's
feeling
very
it, you know?
sneaky.
I'm not
That's
feeling
breaking
it.
in.
Yeah, I think that still's breaking in. I would be careful. I mean, we've seen with Finn, wizardly types, no offense, are a little shifty at times. And if he is doing something that would be considered, bad, he's probably not going to, let us just wander around. He's probably going to have, some kind of defense.
I guess so. It's just that, Anders super sneaky, so I thought he could, easily get by them. By the,
Yeah.
by the the magic warding and all that stuff.
Let's go find
It's
out.
Because, let's see. How's your ability with, sneaking and being all shadowy and stuff, Ander?
I'm not so much concerned about the skill of the task. I'm more concerned about the nature of the task. Because we just got a hint and I'm not feeling like kicking doors and in a sneaky way, kicking doors in a sneaky way,
Quietly kicking doors, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we just want to make sure that this guy might, or I just wanted to make sure if he is or isn't the guy that's been putting souls into items, because I don't want another dreg when I'm
Let's
buying
go.
something.
Let's go chat
What?
him up then.
Yeah, why don't we talk to him first and get a feeling?
Maybe he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do we have any idea where this guy's shop is?
No.
Not
Actually,
quite.
no. I know where it is. I know. Though I'm supposed to know. By now.
Your
Are
your background
cartography
feature.
skills.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
So just tell us. You don't have to find that out.
You did, for some reason, chart out this city. One day we were very
Yeah.
bored. So yeah.
I don't know why. I
We've
actually
had
know
multiple
why,
weeks. We've had weeks where we just didn't do things, so
Yeah.
but yeah.
And it was super useful in the Shadowfell.
So yeah, you know where it is. Do you want to go there?
yeah. Let's
Okay.
go stop by.
All right. Let me put aside all this content I prepared for today's session as you guys go breaking.
It'll be like 5 minutes. Calm down, jeez.
It's been an hour already.
I mean, I never know with you guys. So anyway, you get to the door. It's another tower, like all the other ones we have seen here in Redemption. Well, not in Redemption itself, but like in the Mage's quarters. It's there's many towers of various sizes and heights, and you do go to one of them about here, and apparently, from what you know, Ender, that's the tower that the Mage Feldwing inhabits.
So this is it, guys. Please go ahead.
Okay, I honestly didn't think I'd get this far.
I mean, who is going? I have to go through doors first now because Drake can't even fit through doors.
I can.
Oh, right, I keep forgetting about how huge you are now.
I mean, it takes some effort, but the door's probably big enough.
Just knock.
Although-
Just knock. Let's see what happens.
All right.
Though, I think, Falcon, maybe you should do the talking if you'd like, because, you're a wizard, and he might believe you more if you show an interest in items that were made with souls.
Falcon
knock
just
on the door.
kind of gives a very, very long, wry smile. You expect me to feign interest?
As you usually do.
Oh. Hold on, I gotta go find my aloe vera. That one burned. Ouch. I'm going to knock on the door.
So, as everyone is just kind of awkwardly looking at one another, and you just knock on the door, direct daring, and you end up putting a little bit too much strength into it, and the door knocking rings extra loudly, and you just hear shouting from the other side, "I'm coming, I'm coming." And eventually, the door opens, and you see in front of yourselves a satyr. Satyr? Yeah,
Yeah,
satyr.
satyr. I mean, like you used to call him satire. It's fine. either
Yeah.
way.
Now I know how to pronounce it. The satyr,
Yeah.
with robes, shows up by the door, and he looks at all of you with a very confused face.
Divine sense. I want to use divine sense. See if this guy is a demon or something.
Sure, your divine sense is not a demon, a fiend, or an undead. He's
Or celestial.
no, I believe satyrs are considered fae, if I'm not mistaken.
Well-
But no, he's not a demon. He's not out.
Stormcloud can't.
He's not out
Stormcloud
to.
can't detect fae.
He's not out to get you. Well, in that sense at least. Anyway, he shows up and says, "What can I help you with?"
We were looking to peruse some of your wares. We heard you have interesting items.
He looks you all over. Ah, I do have some wares here and there. Come in, come in. And he just kind of trots along to the side a little bit, giving you guys a space to try and come in.
I'll let everyone else go first.
And they do. And Drekdarin, like every other door in the city, it's regularly sized about like 7, 8-ish feet high, but it's arched at the top, so the top 1.5 feet is kind of crumped. It's a tight fit.
Yep. Let me just. Sorry, I'm still getting used to the whole door thing. Sorry.
And all of you guys just suffer through this half-minute moment where Drekdarin just tries to get in, and as he tries to get in, he just bashes the door fully open, and all his equipment just kind of keeps bashing back and forth on the entryway and other things that are around the entryway as he just kind of squeezes himself into there. And once you do, Drekdarin, you realize that the ceiling is not too high above your head.
I'm going to squat in this corner over here, if you don't mind.
So, while I'm pretty sure that the Feldwing was distracted by Drak trying to gain entry and then hitting his head against the ceiling, so
Sure.
I wanted to basically. Let's see, if I remember right, when I did Divine Sense, when I had Dreg, I was able to detect tiny amounts of evil energy. So, if anything, I want to try and, since we're already inside, and I'm pretty sure I see a bunch of, like, magical items, right?
Yes.
What do we see?
Oh no!
Right.
You're gonna give me a heart
What's
attack.
the room like? What's the room like?
Details.
The room is wide and is round. There's a table at the entryway with several little things strewn on top of it, mostly little pots from which you can see several spell scrolls hanging out of. At the table, there's also a mess, a coletania of papers, and as you look around, you see nothing that gives any inkling of clue that this Feldwing person might have a familiar, like Finn does. And looking around, there's not a whole lot of decoration like in Finn's office, with the skeletons, the flowers, the mostly clean and tidy entryway. This is just chairs and things on top of chairs and tables, and no free space in any table around. It's just a clutter of things. And also several flasks, jars, and glass containers with things floating on the inside all over the place. Not half of which look mostly benign, and the other half just looks like your regular experiments, but not nearly anything like evil or whatever. It's just, okay, those are some floating eyes that are clearly not human or humanoid-ish. Mostly like monster eyes, and you get the sense that it's mostly just spell components that laying around or stuff for rituals. It's pretty full. It takes you a while, and you imagine that trying to find anything in this quickly would feel like a point and click adventure game, a hidden object game even.
Yes, because I was gonna try and use Divine Sense again to see if I could pick up any evil energies.
Divine Sense lasts for a few minutes, doesn't it?
10 minutes, I believe.
Let me check.
I believe it lasts for like 10 minutes or something. Or at least 1 minute.
I believe it's 10.
It lasts for 1 round, so...
6 seconds.
Really?
Quack.
Well, let me see.
So it's like a sonar ping.
Wow.
Ah, evil.
I was almost sure it lasted a little bit longer, but okay, I guess.
Yeah, that's probably like Detect Magic, which can last for 10 minutes.
Yeah, Detect Magic can.
Okay, fair enough. But nay, as you enter in, and from the door, you didn't get any pings of evil energy, and you could already see most of the thing. Nothing was really obscured behind walls or whatever. So, from that initial look, you don't see anything fiendish in any way.
Okay. So, I guess since Falcon's not saying anything, Stormclaim's going to try and take initiative and say, "We're a bunch of adventurers. We're called the Mismatched Mavericks. You might have heard of us. And we had a friend of ours suggest your services, saying that you're able to make magical items really fast."
The Mismatched Mavericks. Yes, I have heard words of your exploits with dealing with the things that were happening around redemption, but no, I'm not entirely sure that I can help you with enchanting, unfortunately.
Why is that?
I'm about to go on a trip to a very faraway land, and I will be unavailable for a while, and I would rather to take this remaining days before the trip to rest and recuperate and get
Clearly
my
it's the
things in
mind
order.
tree. Sorry.
Come again?
Wait, what?
Inside check.
Okay, make an
Yeah,
insight check.
yeah, Stormclimb wants to get a read on this guy because for a satyr, he's very sluggish. Which, not to stereotype, but it's like, you know, it's a lot of... Oh, never mind.
Ender, looking at this guy up and down, he is just completely odd in so many things. You know for a fact you never saw him before. And there's no hints of recognition in his eyes or his voice when he mentions that he knows you or have heard of you, and you imagine that he's outright lying about that. But when he starts to go into the whole trip thing, he seems honest on that part.
Okay.
If anything, you get the sense that he's hiding something and he's trying to make an effort to hide a fact. Because you see no reason for why he would pretend to know you.
Mm-hmm. So, my dear gentleman, uh, does it take that long to enchant an item? I mean, I don't know. Sorry if I'm just being, um, a fool on subject.
Depending on the enchantment, it can take upwards of weeks to months, if not years.
Is there any faster way to do that?
Yeah, 'cause we heard you were the fastest.
I'm very sure that I could make fast enchantments, but unfortunately I cannot. Like I said, I have a travel to make.
Listen, my compatriots and I are working towards great things. We require advantages, combat or otherwise. We are looking to pay you for your services. We have money, and we heard you were the best in town. So either we've been lied to and you're a fraud, or you are, keeping something from
Well,
us.
there's-
People who would like to buy things from you.
Make a persuasion check, Tractary, with advantage right now. Well, you see,
Is it shift for advantage, or is it control?
shift for advantage. You see, I'm
I'm
Huh.
good at talking to people. I'm good at punching people.
Oh no.
I can punch them.
I'm sure I could enchant things very fast if I put my mind to it, but not nearly as fast as you think. It would still take several days, if not weeks, to enchant any magical item. And I'll have you know I'm not a fraud.
I just want to make sure that the information that we've received was accurate. Do you have enchanted items for sale?
I have some things here and there. Ender, whenever he says that he's not a fraud, you sense a hint of doubt in his tone, almost as if he does not knows what he's talking about. He's not sure of his own answer.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing some of your work. Don't you all, guys?
Yeah. I mean, we're going into battle, and we require our strongest enchantments.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to just see what you've got, because we're browsing around, and, we heard you were the best. So if you got anything available, we'd like to just take a look at it.
Oh, you guys. Making me go to the tables. He does have some magical items of various degrees of suchery. Some bracers, some shields that have been enchanted, some weapons as well, so many things. Some simple armor as well. That's not quite been enchanted yet, but it is rare armor of fine make. Can you imagine that someone commissioned an enchantment and it's still being done? But as you explore over his wares, nothing seems out of the ordinary.
So we're looking at all of his enchanted items and nothing seems out of the ordinary?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we can't ask Falcon to do an Arcana check then if we can't really see anything suspicious.
if you can explain to me why you would make an Arcana check on something, maybe.
Well, it's more like being able to identify a magical item that's definitely been used with Nephilium. 'Cause I'm pretty sure it'd be like there'd be like a slight difference in energy or something, since Nephilium screams of the soul.
Literally
As
screams.
souls. Yeah, it screams. So like, if anything, but I guess since nobody is attuned to it, they can't really activate it. So I guess
I'll say
can't really
that
find out.
I'll say that Falcon cannot, because he never saw an item enchanted like that, and he never saw Nephilium in an item, an item enchanted with it.
I mean, he saw a drag.
At a distance, tiny on your hands.
That is true, but then
Not
they
a
got
very
bigger
great
on
look.
Ander.
Oh yeah, I guess he did see it. Okay, fine. I'll allow you to make an Arcana check, Falcon.
Why am I making the Arcana check though?
You're the magic man.
Who's
guess.
rolling for me? What's going on?
I mean, if you want
It's up to you if you want to do it.
you don't have to. I mean, people are just talking and they suddenly just kind of poke you over and say, "Hey, check this shit out." That's pretty much what's going on.
That's what I generally expected of the mouse thing. All right, so what in the devil am I looking at?
You are looking at a magical wand that has been enchanted to serve as an arcane focus and also a spellcasting device to aid with certain spellcastery. Wands of the War Mage. In this one, it gives you a +1 bonus to attacks. Spell attacks, and also allows you to ignore half cover, if I remember correctly.
Ignore what?
Half cover. Cover is a rule I forgot this game has.
Yeah,
there's a
it's
cover
basically being able to hide behind something, which increases your AC.
Yeah.
Oh, right, Gears of War. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Pretty much.
Or XCOM.
It's a magic stick.
Yeah, it's a magic stick that allows you to shoot boom balls better. Gooder.
It's a magic stick that lets me shoot boom balls in a better fashion.
How insightful! You have
Yep.
a way with words.
Hey, thank you. You know, I practiced my whole life.
Now, does it feel like it's a little talky? You know? Huh?
Are you asking if the stick talks?
Don't
So-
You can hold it up like a puppet.
As you guys are having this discussion, Feldwang just kind of comes up. Why is it that you're asking all these questions? Do I owe you something? Have I
I'm just here.
No,
made arrangements
We're
with
just
you?
no, we're just customers.
Yeah, and
We
we're leaning towards disappointed customers right now. We're really looking for something, powerful. Like, one could say hellish powerful.
Yeah, hellishly powerful, man. Got anything that can really do some damage? You know?
What is your name, young man? And he points at you, Ender.
Ender, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. He just kind of turns around and goes behind his counter from where he picks a book, plops it on the table and opens it up, and there's names. Many names. Well, actually, I don't know that any of you guys can read Sylvans, so you don't even know what's going on.
Shit.
Read what?
Sylvan, a language.
Sylvan. The language of the Fae.
You know what? I was half gonna decide on Sylvan. I chose Elvish.
But nay, you don't know, but you get the sense that this is a list of names, by the way. He's kind of saying Ender, Ender, Ender as he goes down the list in...
She's gonna blacklist me. Oh my god.
And as he kind of flips through a few pages back and forth a few times, he's like, "So you are a new customer then, are you not?"
Yes, I'm new to town, so I'm supposed to be a new customer.
Okay. Are you buying something, Ender?
Are you selling me something?
You have browsed my wares for quite the time now. Does anything pique your interest?
No. No, actually, uh, I don't think so. We really expect something more. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's alright. And
Huh.
he closes
How much
his...
is the wand?
The wand? It's an uncommon item, so according to buying magical items for uncommon magical items, that's 300 gold pieces.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, too rich for my blood right now. I do have this rotting juice. Do you want to buy rotting juice? Pomegranate, I think.
Let's put it this way. So, if you happen to stumble across something a bit more powerful than what you have now, would you mind, I don't know, hold it, try and find me? I don't know, something like that.
He
I would be interested.
he looks at you and nods. And Ender, you know people, you study people. You have been doing that for quite a while.
I try.
But this man almost seems like he does not knows anything to many degrees. He doesn't specifically tells out loud what his magical items are. It's mostly due to Falcon being here that you know what these magical items are. This guy he seems to be incredibly vague about everything. It's almost as if he does not knows anything.
Yeah, I was just about to ask if he was picking up my anything on what I was telling him, or he was just feeling offended by by him saying like, "Oh, this is shit, dude."
No, whenever you say anything, it just kind of completely blows over him as if he did not understand at all what you said. You almost feel like if you hadn't been directed specifically towards this guy, you would think that he's not an enchanter in the least. That he's just someone. And you wonder about that.
So I whispered to Andrew, I feel like feels like nothing's going on. Like, I don't feel like we're getting anywhere with this guy. Do you think we should just split for right now?
Yeah, let's split. Thanks again, Feldwing. I forgot your name. Sorry,
Feldwing.
It's alright.
Feldwing.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm such a dark with names. Thank you very much for showing us your shop and your wares.
You're welcome. You can call me Dildo if you would like. And I will be here waiting for your possible patronage in the future.
I'll be looking forward to it.
And he closes the book. And you sense not only... You don't sense disappointment, you sense relief as he closes the book. And watches as all of you decide to just leave.
What was his name again? All of you.
Feldwang.
Feldwang.
Yes.
Right.
There, it's in chat.
Just gonna write that in my list of joke books.
So he was a charming individual, but also seemed kind of dumb.
Yeah, how can someone like that possess such power? I don't feel like it.
He's a front man.
Yeah, you think? I mean, like, that really seems likely, because from what Andrew's saying, maybe this is something else is going on.
Let's walk and talk our way back to the guild real quick.
And you do.
Just make a quick stop by Anthony.
Ender, Drakdarian, and Stormclimb, make an intelligence check. Just roll your general intelligence. No skills attached.
No strings attached.
Sounds about right. 9.
What type of roll? Ability check. 9. 9's across the board. 9.
Oh.
Fair enough. You feel a sense of... Go on.
Sorry. Well, I've got my...
Can I add your 2?
I've got Damocles here, so can I roll for him?
No.
I know he's got like a -3.
You cannot. You cannot roll
yes.
for Damocles. And Falcon
Dumb
cannot.
sword, please.
And Falcon also cannot. Because the three of you, Ender, Drakdarian, and Stormclimb, there's something nagging in the back of your mind. A certain familiarity, but you can't quite place it. And it really gnaws at the back of your mind until you are just too far away. As you keep thinking on what was going on. So, you all return to the guild, where I believe you will be staying for the night.
Yep.
Well,
But
except
first-
Stormclimb.
Well, and Drak probably has to sleep outside, but that's fine.
I want to speak with Anthony.
As do I.
Okay. The two of you make your ways to Anthony's office.
What do you want to speak with him about?
Can Stormclimb join?
About what we just did, basically.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to do. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Can Stormclimb join?
No.
No!
Okay.
Yes.
I'll sit this one out.
Tall people only.
You gotta be
I'm
this high to
kidding.
write.
You must be this high to speak with Anthony.
Oh boy. Well, that's what
No.
I get. This is what happens when you give a mouse a rapier. Or sorry, a rat a rapier.
I'm not staying in the
Want
guild by
to
myself.
see the guild master.
So,
Fine.
Tag along.
Everyone can come along then. We'll all go together. It'll be a great time.
You get to talk with Anthony. Everyone.
Everyone gets to talk with Anthony. Jesus.
and as you
Sorry.
find yourselves in inside Anthony's room, kind of still talking to one another in hushed whispers about who's going to tell him what, Anthony is just kind of sitting behind his desk looking at all of you guys like, so,
Oh, hey.
what do you need, if anything?
I really wish we would be sitting here now telling you some better news than we are right now, but anyways, it's something important. We recently came across a item enchanted with a soul, and the best we did to trace it back to whatever that came from got us to this Feldwyn guy, but he's truly, we talked to him, he seemed like a dummy. Whatever way he got his hands on the item, I at least, I don't know you guys, but I feel like he didn't know what that was.
He wasn't very helpful,
Yeah, it was weird.
but that might mean he has a supplier of some kind.
Yeah, and we're not able to pursue this any further, but maybe I don't know how helpful this information can be to you.
Do you know of this man, Anthony? He's a satyr, not a man, I guess.
I don't keep tracks of every individual in town, but I do know a thing or two about the mages. We try and keep an eye on them, make sure that nobody's using Nephiliums or Shadoriums to enchant anything, but we can't quite control it. I'll look into it, and if I get any information, I'll let you all know.
He did say that he was going to be leaving soon, so maybe have a guy tail him or something. I don't know. I don't know how you want to go about your business, but he seemed like he was in a hurry to leave and not really wanting to sell things.
Interesting. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for that, and thank you.
Of course.
We all must do what we can to stop souls from being traded like merchandise.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. We're going to rest, and then we will head to the Feywild.
Alright, I hope you have good travel, good journey, and do not forget the rules for traveling each other planes.
Yep.
If you forget one rule, all the other rules don't matter. You need to follow all of them.
We will do our best, just like we did in the Shadowfell.
Alright, I'll trust you. Good night.
Thank goodness for that. Have a good one, Anthony. Come on, guys. Let's find somewhere to sleep.
Yep. Good night.
As we're all splitting up, I kind of want to pull Falcon aside because I'm assuming he doesn't really have much of a place to go to at the moment. Hey, so I know it's kind of presumptuous of us to kind of just drag you around the place, and I apologize if it seems like we are sort of yanking your chain, but you have been very useful up to this point, as short of a time as we have known you. I do not know what your plans are here in Redemption or in this continent in general, but, well, I wanted to extend you officially, I guess, an invitation to our group if you would like to continue adventuring with us. I know we, said, hey, come with us to the Feywild, we'll do this shit, disregarding anything that you were personally doing. I will apologize for that myself. I'm very sorry about assuming such things.
Don't worry. It basically lines up with yours anyways for the time being. I gotta go inside that thing and get that person for Finis here anyways. It's late now, though. If you want to just go somewhere to sleep, that's fine.
Yeah, I was going to go out into the training pit in the back and do a few things and then probably pass out against a wall. Beds and I don't seem to be getting along, so...
Have you ever thought of maybe learning magic to shrink yourself down a bit?
To be fair, this whole thing is kind of a just in the last couple of weeks sort of thing. So no, I hadn't really considered that. It's not a bad idea, I guess.
I'll keep that in mind for later then. Maybe I can
Yeah.
help you out.
Yeah, might be helpful. Either way, see you in about 8 hours.
See you in about 2 hours.
2 hours. You and your time thing. I'm going to go fall asleep.
Alright. So now all of you go to bed where you fall asleep. Ender gets to finish up the bedroll.
Work.
Yeah, work on the bedroll and on the blanket and such. And Stormclimb talks throughout the night with Damocles and Falcon. You you find that through some happenstances, Draktharian is sleeping at the guild, but not using the bed that was assigned to him, and therefore there's an open spot free for grabs.
I immediately take it with open arms and slam my face directly into the center of it.
And there you have it. You just decided, oh, there's this room here that's nobody using, and you just plop down on it, and nobody seems to question in the least. And all of you,
Legs at the head, foot at the foot, head at the foot.
all of you, have a long rest,
Yay.
and you wake up in the morning of Fantasy Friday.
Oh,
Is it
it's
Friday?
morning now. That's good.
So,
So,
I'll be waiting at the back gate of the guild for everyone.
yeah. Stormclimb
Whenever
is
they show
going
up.
to run after having an epiphany about himself and all that stuff, coming to a realization. Stormclimb realizes that he needs to help break the ice a little bit before he gets into the dirty stuff about himself. So he's going to drop by a bakery. I'm thinking it's probably like one of his previous clients where he helped get rid of any sort of bug nests that were happening there. So they would allow him to purchase some sweets from him. Allow him to purchase some sweets from them. So I was thinking of just picking up some. I don't know what do they got at these fantasy bakeries? I guess like sweet rolls?
No, don't ask. They got bread with sugar on top.
Fairy bread. Okay.
Doug's constant panic attacks are my favorite part of tonight's session.
Okay. So
Stop asking questions.
You don't get anything.
I'll pick up 2 dozen of them because I don't know how much Drac will eat, and
2 dozen
I want
loaves of
at
bread.
least-
Hell yeah.
Drake doesn't like sugar.
Oh, I never said I didn't like sugar. That
Oh,
is not
sorry. I was
sugar.
thinking. I was thinking it was like sliced bread with sugar on top of it. It's a whole ass bread with sugar on top.
Get
3
some whole
loaves.
ass bread.
Okay, you get
Three loaves should be good enough.
you get yourself some 3 loaves of bread and
Sugary bread.
yeah, 3 loaves of bread with sugar on top, and that's it. That's the sweet.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, like I was gonna go for sweet rolls, but hey, sugar on bread is fine.
Sugar on bread.
Sorry. You make your way back to the guild after
I love this campaign.
after
It's free. It's free.
yeah, it's
Totally
free haggle with the guy who knows you and
As you would expect Stormclimb to do.
and at first you remember Stormclimb talking to this guy at some point. He was not keen at all to have rats running around, but you explained to him this ballad of this rat who befriended the guy, and then the rat helped the guy with run pretty much a kitchen of sorts, and you tell that you can help him do the same, but kind of adjacent to that.
Is that a Ratatouille reference?
And
Swear to
and the guy kind of accepts, and after seeing the shop rid of bugs for pretty much forever, he's pretty thankful, and also all the other rats just keep away from there. And he's super duper thankful to you, and he just kind of gives the loaves of bread with sugar on top for free. And you make your way back to the guild with said deliciousness, flying around in your in your sword.
That's right. Although if I can't carry him, Damocles will definitely have it pierced through his blade
Yeah,
just to carry it.
There's a flying stick with 3 breads impaled onto it it's just flying over to the guild.
Yep.
Whereupon you find in the back an awake Drekdarian practicing with an awake Ender and a mostly not awake Falcon who's kind of there.
Poking the ceiling with a stick, half asleep, just kind of staring at the cracks, seeing if he can't find a little hole to stick the staff in.
Possibly bored.
Yeah,
Very
so,
thin. Oh, I can't make that noise very well. I got squishy stuff. Little knocking noise at the ceiling.
yeah, so Stormclimb asks if everybody could like meet him in the cafeteria, I suppose, and he's going to.
Do we have to go back inside? I hate doors
Okay, we
now.
can do it out here. Fine.
You have literally a sword. Which you've impaled
And-
bread onto?
Yeah, sure, but I brought them here for you guys because, well, there's something big I have to tell you, but I figured, well, first, do you want to? There's something about myself I've been holding back, but I thought I'd give you the right if you'd want to know it right now or after the mission. And that's kind of what this sugary bread is for.
Okay.
Did you kill
sugar
somebody?
bread will not last until after the mission, so
Yeah, let's have breakfast and talk.
Okay. So I push a loaf off of the blade and give one to, let's see, Drac. And then, let's see, I pull out the other one, toss it up in the air for Damocles to cut up in half, and then I hand each piece to Ander and, let's see, Falcon. And while they're eating, Stormclimb says, "So, there's something about me that I've been holding back that I haven't really told you guys. And, okay, Stormclimb, you can do this. Don't let your fear control you. Okay, so, here's the thing. It's pretty obvious, I think, that I'm not from around here. You know, I've made that very clear.
Yeah,
But
kind of guess that.
I didn't really say how far away I was. See, I'm from another realm, on another plane of existence. And it's called Earth. And how do I explain this? This world I'm from, you know, it's very different. And Miguel isn't really, Miguel is also from that world, and he's not a Palantir. He's just a 10-year-old human boy that just wants to be a Palantir one day. Just filled with ideas from the stories of the Palantirs from a shiny box that was very similar to my silent image spell, but it's able to give off sound. And yeah, and some evil thing came into our world and took him. And then I tried my best to hold on to him. And I pulled out my treasure, which is a red pajama button. And I say, and I did my best to hold on to him. But when we came into this world, I fell off and so did this button. And then he was taken somewhere else. And like I've told you before, I've been trying to find where he is, but for some reason, he just can't be found. And I didn't want to tell you guys all this because I didn't want to freak you guys out. So, I just thought I'd tell you this, and not only that, but now that I say it out loud, I realize that the Feywild might try to tempt me with something that might give me a lead to where Miguel is. But, yeah, that's everything about me. You can ask any questions if you want. I was just a normal pet rat before all this happened.
Huh. That's, a lot to unpack at breakfast, but,
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what the bread is for.
uh-huh. It's good bread. Really good.
Yeah, I just met you. It doesn't bother me that much. Just trying to shove the whole bread in at once. Laying on his
Reason
back.
why I also-
It quickly dissolves in your
reason
mouth.
why
Oh, gross. Acid.
That's the
I pour
sugar.
the whole thing.
Sounds like Pop Rocks.
Oh,
Ooh,
God.
fancy.
You seriously need to drink some milk, man. Anyways, but yeah, that's kind of why I'm such a weirdo and all that stuff, is because I kind of know some things, but not exactly, because I was just a normal rat, so I just only have a rough understanding of that world, and that's kind of why I've been saying that weird stuff.
I guess that, you know, weird as it sounds, you being from a totally different world, it kind of fits with all the weird shit you have been spouting off since we met you.
yeah, fridge.
And Michelob Ultra and shit like that.
Totally a real thing in this world.
It's not, chocolate didn't even know what it was, so...
Anyways, the reason why I also included you, Falcon, into this was because you've got that weird time magic stuff going on, and Finn asked you to help him with going back in time to stop Faye, and I figured once when you figure out how to do that, then you can help me go back into the past and stop the monster that kidnapped Miguel, and then maybe we could return him back, and then, hopefully I don't cause any disturbances. I only have a rough understanding of how time travel works. I mean, I just know that we'd need a vehicle really fast to go so fast that it can bust, but I don't think there's any vehicle in this world that can actually do that.
Okay. Well, look at it this way. Okay, so if the time magic winds up working and you survive something, okay, that's a good thing. But if we go back into the past and you randomly explode, then we know you should have died. So that's how we'll know if it works or not.
Is that what happened to the gnome?
Yeah,
Halfling.
the halfling.
Oops.
That's my assumption, anyways.
Well,
So it
I
was
will-
your
risk I have
fault.
to-
It wasn't really
risk
my
I-
fault. It just means he was going to die anyways.
Mm.
Think about it this way. Say you fall on your face, right? Okay. And then I stop it, and you don't fall on your face. But then later you die of a concussion. That's how you know. Except for you'll explode.
I see.
Basically, it's an inevitability that you've delayed.
Yeah, we can call it that. Time magic.
Well,
That's a little more than I can handle at 6 in the morning.
I'm willing to take that risk.
Have you tried
It
toast?
doesn't really matter what happens to me anymore.
Hey,
Besides, what?
I have a question. Can you toast the bread with lightning?
I've seen a box do that, but it involved a lot of heat. So
I mean, lightning is
don't
very
know.
hot.
Can you toast the bread?
Do you want to hold up? Oh, you already ate your whole loaf of bread, didn't you?
Yeah.
Depends on how much lightning you're using, I guess. I don't know. I don't know all this stuff that my world called is science. That's what they called it, science, when it involves electricity and stuff.
So,
It's
Magic
science
wasn't
here,
really
too.
a big thing. Or
As-
at least,
We have
I'm not really
electricity.
sure it kind of was.
as you guys are having this whole discussion, you just see the doors to the back of the guild opening up, and you see Anthony and the small badger Vesuvius walking out as they're talking about things, and then they look to the side and see the four of you having this discussion, and Anthony kind of just looks at you and says, "Good morning. I thought you were leaving to the place."
Oh, hey, yeah, we're just having a little sit and
Breakfast.
eat and chat. Yeah, just a little breakfast. No worries, we'll be getting on our way. Why are you trying to kick us out?
Well, not precisely, but I did tell you it was a little bit on the time-sensitive side.
Yeah, well, Stormclimb had something to share.
Fair enough.
Listen, Falcon, your experiment of toasting bread with my lightning breath can wait for later, when we're not about to throw ourselves into imminent danger.
Somehow I'm disappointed.
Look, I can't just, charge up some of it. If I charge it, I have to let it go. That's how...
Hey, you don't get a little crackling in your teeth. You can't just drip acid out of your mouth. You can't just be like, eh.
I mean, it kind of sparks when I get mad, but I'm not really. I'm just kind of sleepy. So, maybe later.
Get mad
I'm
at-
going to keep half my loaf. I didn't finish it. It's fine.
I'll find bread that makes you angry.
I would like to see you try. All right, I'll heave up my bag and strap my axe on, and let's get walking. Stormclimb, thank you for sharing. It, I think I will process it better by walking.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's walk while we talk.
And I'm going to put the last loaf of sugary bread into the bag of holding. And can we also say that we had some drinks to go along with this bread? So me
Oh,
and
of
Andrew
course.
probably made some tea.
I definitely ate half a
Sure,
loaf of bread dry.
you did had some tea to go along with it. So yeah, roll on your herbalism thing.
This is the most posh breakfast I've seen in a long time. Sweet bread and tea. The same number, almost.
Well, I guess that's not going to really do anything, but let's see what kind of tea I make.
Da-ba-da-ba-da. Do-do-do-do-do. Can you roll on the table? It should be working.
Got it.
Thank Lord it's working. So, yeah, you don't get the second tier, sadly. But the third tier, but you do get the second, which is 8 plus 2 per additional person. That's 3 of you. So that's 8 plus 6. That's 14. You get it, which is the good one. Is jasmine green. That is red tea. What it does is that you can spend the benefits of the tea to gain 1 extra action.
Neat, so we can attack a third time.
Actually, you get a whole action, so if you have extra attack, you can attack twice.
I can attack 6 times in 1 turn.
Whoa!
Yeah, because you use your action to do the multi-attack.
Attack and extra attack, yeah.
So, yeah.
That's so awesome.
So yeah, you get that benefit. Somehow, it's a wonder you don't roll this one more often, considering it's only a d4, it's 25% chance, but it's still. You get the benefits of that juice, for the day. Or you can ignore that and use it to reduce the next source of fire damage you suffer? No. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Sure.
Very hard to decide. Oh my.
Alright, you can drag in the T1 from the chat into your character sheet so you remember to have that. And then I imagine you guys all gather around and depart to go to this Feywild place, right?
Yep.
Alright. Yep. It's not too long a walk. You guys pretty much cross the city, and then you cross the bridge and the river, and as you're on the other side of the bridge, you keep walking, and then you walk for an extra hour before, well, an hour and a half-ish, before you reach a different place. You find yourselves in a bundle of trees, pretty much, where is the place they told you where the entrance to the Feywild was. You see this... Ooh, thunderstorms. You see this grove of trees, and in the middle there's this largest, thickest tree that seems to have risen out of the ground because of how thick its roots are, as it grows in every which direction, and there's just grass growing everywhere around this tree, sorta. Some of which manages to conceal a little bit of an entrance, and there's a hole at the base of the tree that is somewhat big. But until you guys know to find it, because of directions you've been given, it's been previously concealed with a layer of woven leaves in a little canvas to cover this entrance. And as you pull it away, you see that this root underneath this tree, there's a hole that seems to lead into some sort of tunnel.
Okay, how big is this hole?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the obvious question.
Oh boy,
Am I gonna fit in this hole?
Everyone fits and have plenty of room to maneuver somewhat, but you, Drakdarian, you're kinda in this side where you have to sorta plank and do the worm to move.
I'm going to prone crawl really bad, pull off my axe and bag and everything and just crawl with it in front of me.
Do you know in the ballad of Metal Gear Solid 4 when you prone crawl really slowly?
My god, yes.
What a thrill!
What a thrill. That's 3, but, or 2.
Snake eater.
Yeah, that's the third.
Oh, yeah.
But the
Super slow crawl.
the fourth is the snake crawl.
Yeah, the tree is the stairs.
Yep.
The ladder. Sorry, the ladder.
And Stormcom is definitely going to go last since he's on a flying sword, so he doesn't want
But
to
it
accidentally impale
fits.
somebody.
You should probably go first.
Oh. Well, I'll have his blade pointing out front then, instead of back, like he usually does. So, flying katana first. Oh, but he does ask, how deep does this hole look? Like, does it look like there's an end, or is it just like complete
Keeps
darkness?
going.
It doesn't seem to. It doesn't seem to be deep, as in it's a slide down. It seems to be angling downwards, but not enough where you can slide. And a few feet ahead of you, like some 15, 20 feet, it already no light is able to get there, and is already pitch black. But it seems to go further.
Okay, so definitely Stormclimb's gonna go first, and he's going to try and start counting to see how long it takes to get through to the other side. Because he's thinking, because like he remembered about how. Or wait, what am I going? Sorry, he's just going to go first and just try to count how long it takes to get through the hole. Because like when the sarcophagus, they had to wait like 5 seconds, so he's trying to see if there's a time difference.
Okay, you go into the hole.
Oh, Andrew, keep track with your watch. See how long it takes us to get there. I just realized he had a watch.
Oh, that's true.
You go in first, Stormclimb, and then after you, probably Ender and Falcon comes right along, and Drakdarian bring in the rear.
I'll catch up. Just keep going.
Very slowly. And after crawling for what feels like the best part of a minute, you notice that this tunnel kind of seems to shift and bend in many points and places here and there. And after a while of crawling through there, you notice that you're no longer crawling through a tunnel, but there's just leaves all over the place, and bushes and leaves, and you have to kind of push them away to make passage for you to be able to keep on crawling. And you keep crawling, and less you feel like you're crawling in this tunnel made of wood, and more so you feel like you're crawling through just leaves and branches. And as you keep pushing them away from you, you count, and you feel like you've been crawling for 2 minutes now, and then you keep pushing through these bushes, and as you finally push, you see some light coming through.
Actually, instead of pushing, since I'm using
Damocles to cut it?
Damocles to fly, well, since there's probably not a lot of room to cut, he's going to start rotating in I guess vertical fashion. Basically, he's going to start acting like a drill. He's going to start spinning and drilling through all the leaves and
Sure, he kind of keeps making an 8 in the air with the front to keep slashing and cutting the branches and making the path ahead much faster and clearer for you. And eventually, you just see light coming through. And at the count of like 2 minutes, and you finally come out on the other side. You look around and you notice that you have climbed out of a bush. And you look back and it's just a tiny bush. With about some 10 by 10 feet. You definitely felt like you crawled for way longer than that. But no, it's a very tiny bush. And as you look back to see the path you carved with Damocles, you see that the branches are growing back again and restitching themselves. And eventually, as you look back, you see Ender climbing out of the bush as well, crawling out of it, and then Falcon as well. And eventually, the whole bush seems to shake wildly as you just see Drakdarian worming his way out of it until you feel like you have room to actually stretch and expand your arms and stand up. And when you stand up, you notice that you, Drakdarian, on your own, occupy almost the entirety of the bush.
This whole interdimensional travel thing is really getting weird.
Impact.
Idea.
Oh, right.
Is
Make
there
sure
any... Make sure I don't what?
Make sure you don't give away your real name. In the event that we have to work at a bathhouse, you don't want the witch to steal your name.
Is that a thing?
It happened in a story I saw. There was also another one where a girl fell into a hole, and I think she died, but it was all a dream. It was weird. Some sort of wonderland. Anyways,
Yeah.
just thought I'd let you know. We should just probably start using different names because, what Anthony told us about the Fae and stuff, so maybe names have power or something. I don't know.
Maybe. That wasn't on the thing that he told us.
Maybe not, but I don't know.
What?
It's just something that I remember from stories.
Hey, Ender. How much cloth do you have left?
Let me check. By the way, our bed is ready. Why am I carrying your bed around the
Oh,
stars?
give
Take
me
it.
that. Why didn't I get to sleep
So-
on this last night? That sucks.
Because it was not ready.
Well, that's fair.
Okay, so take your bed back, and I have cloth left.
Do you have? Can I have like just like a bunch of small strips of cloth? Like maybe
Yeah,
something
I
that's-
have like 10 small strips of cloth.
Cool. I'm going to put a piton in the ground with a piece of cloth on it, not a torch this time, to remember this bush, because this is like the most unassuming bush I've ever looked at.
Well,
Great idea.
Also,
However,
Anderson,
before you guys go on with what you're saying, let me describe this location
Please
first.
do.
As you climb out of this bush and you look around, you do see that there is, very close to where you are, another tree that looks gigantic with roots that grow out of the ground. Seems to have also canvas made of leaves that also seems to conceal a similar hole. And you imagine that the tree on both sides is the entry point but not the exit point. I'm not entirely sure how that works or why that is, but that seems to be the case. And
That's weird.
and as you notice that this is the tree you need to keep track of to make your way back when you want to make your way back. So you all Ender, you pull out your cartography supplies, I imagine, and start to jot down some notes and double cross check with the notes that the other explorers have written down, and you see that you are in this portal tree landing.
Neat.
Okay.
So you are here.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
roughly
Yeah.
you know roughly where some things are. They told you to go to Mount Gailey over here, ish, to the east, and what is the word I'm looking for? You have a good sense of direction because not only do your map says what is the things around you, but it also tells you what is sorry. It also tells you some landmarks to find your way, because once you are in the Feywild and you look up, surprise, surprise, you are in the Feywild. The sky is a cacophony of colors, not cacophony, a kaleidoscope of colors. There's just all the colors of the rainbow splattered all over the place in every which direction. It's confusing, to say the least. And as you look to the sun, it seems to be it is not there. There is light coming from the sky, but you can't quite see a sun emitting this light. It seems to always be out of reach, out of your visual range, and whenever you try looking around and rotating in place, you can't quite catch where this elusive sun is, but you do know that there is light illuminating this world and this realm. But without an actual sun, it's really tricky to tell directions. So you're really glad that you have a cartographer's kit and previous annotations of what's around you.
Reminds me of those school folders Miguel would have.
This is the tackiest place I've ever been.
All it's missing is just a bunch of rainbow unicorns. Oh, right. So, where are we on the map, Ander?
We're about here. Sorry, here.
Okay.
Okay.
So we just gotta start
I
heading
guess-
east, right?
Yeah, let's head
Well,
east from what I can tell.
Well, do you think we should first do some recon real quick? Ender has that spyglass. Maybe he could climb up to the tallest point in this area
Can we
and
s-
get a look
can-
around.
Can we
That's
see any
true.
mountains from where we stand right now?
With the spyglass?
Oh
No, just
yeah,
normally.
I forgot you have
Or without the spyglass?
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe a mountain will be tall enough to be seen over the trees. That way you don't have to go. Well, I mean, cats and trees don't seem to get along, in my experience.
Yeah, Mount Gailey.
I mean, like, let's just try not to wander too far right now. And I was just thinking we could just do a look around here real quick from whatever tall point there is in the immediate area.
Sure.
So from where you are, you do see mountains in the very distance, like incredibly far. You see some peaks to east, but imagine you're still pretty far away from them.
Well, Ender, if you'd like to hop up in a tree somewhere, I'm going to start our hike east. Casually.
My pleasure. Let's climb.
Stormclimb is going to follow while riding on top of Damocles. He's going to follow
That's true.
Ender.
You got like infinite height.
Are you climbing a tree, Ender?
Yes, the tallest one around. Probably the one from the portal, right?
Sure, make an acrobatics check.
I'm just climbing a tree.
Oh yeah, sorry,
Does
sorry,
your
sorry.
bunch lets you just walk up surfaces?
I
doesn't it?
completely forgot. Do you have a climb
I'm a
speed?
cat, I'm a monk.
Do you have a climb speed?
Yes,
Oh,
I forget.
then you don't need to make a check. I always forget about this rule. You have climb speed, therefore you do not need to make checks. Sorry. So yeah, you climb the tree because you're a cat, you can do that. And Stormclimb just flies. Because he has a flying sword, so he can do that. And the two of you reach break the canopy of this tree. And from your vantage position, you see, indeed, to the east, especially after you use your spyglass, you can see the peaks of some mountains over to the east, more or less in the direction you have been previously pointed towards. And you guess that that's possibly Mount Gailey.
Okay, I can, with my cartographer skills, I'm supposed to know the distance we are from the mount, right? About, more or less.
Sure.
It's part. I guess it's part of measuring distance.
Unless distance is weird in the Feywild. With a Y.
Not quite, but
Well,
it's let's see.
Did you add a Y to weird or wild?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, direction and distance. It's part of the cartographer tools proficiency.
If you were to, you're good at triangulating somewhat, and you imagine that it's about 30 kilometers, which is 18 miles.
That's a long damn walk.
Yeah. Where's our cart right now?
Not going through a tree, that's for sure.
Maybe you could, like, chart a course, like the shortest route to Mount Gailey? Hopefully something that's away from bogs or whatever that can slow us down.
I guess what the only question is, there's something that looks like could not allow us through, like a cliff or, I don't know, rivers or something like that
Not
could
quite.
block us?
You, from your watch point, you see that very close to you there's the edge of a lake, and to the top there seems to be a plains with seemingly a stone circle of some kind. Next up, you do see that there's also a plains as well, very featureless to a degree, and a patch of forest. And because
It seems pretty straightforward.
hexes are weird, theoretically you can go up and then go down, and it won't make a difference. So you can come here and then come down here, because we're traveling
And
hexes, not in straight lines.
Yep. Yeah, so seems pretty straightforward path, guys. I don't see anything weird on our way there.
Okay, that's good. Oh, right. Do you want to like get a look at the rest of the area, or do you want to do that when we're coming back?
We
the
should,
better the map.
I agree, but we shall do that on our way back.
Roger.
I can take a quick look around, but not like detailed look. Let's just go down.
Alright, you
We're on
climb
a
down.
time-sensitive mission, so. And Stormclimb is going down like an elevator. Because
Ender
he's
is-
riding on Damocles.
Ender is not, he's climbing down. Like a cat.
I'm jumping down.
I was gonna say he can just drop. He's got slow fall.
Not yet. Do I?
I thought that was level 4.
Yeah, you do. You
I
got
don't know.
4 for monks.
Yeah, I
You have
got
slow fall.
slow
You have slow
fall.
fall.
I have slow
Yeah,
fall.
and I'm pretty sure you can teleport
You can
now.
you can fall from
Only-
any distance
only
if you can
darkness.
slide down a wall. So
It's not darkness, there's light.
Yeah, there is light. And you can reduce any falling damage you take by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level. So you can fall 30 feet without breaking a leg. Too bad you climbed about 100 feet.
Oh, we're climbing down.
This tree is big.
Falcon and I have just been waiting there, like, jeez.
Well, my climbing speed is pretty fast. I've got half my movement speed, so it's fast.
Yeah, it's quite fast, but not as fast as jumping. But sure, it doesn't take that long.
When the DM
Not as
told her to
fast
jump
as
off a tree.
gravity.
I mean, like, just go halfway down, and then when it's the safe point to slow fall without damage, you can do it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. I did that. Whatever. Let's walk that way.
We have a long way to go, so let's start walking.
So where are you going?
Here. Sorry, on the top
Yeah,
Okay,
for
hexagon.
me.
so
Follow me, guys.
the only discerning features if you saw over there was the existence of a few stones there that seemed to form some sort of circle. So you decided, why not? And you start to walk over there. It does take a while once you actually climb down from these trees and start to travel in that direction. You're trying to guide the party, Ender, into that direction, because you have so many things that helps you with that. You get to make a survival check with advantage.
Yay.
Yeah.
My favorite check. Not really. I forgot. Shift?
Yeah, shift to advantage your way into a check. Survival because you're trying to guide your party into avoiding traps. Well, not traps, but like dangers and hazards along the way. You don't want to fall into a well, Timmy. But but no, you thankfully make your way avoiding several very nasty looking branches and other things that you're absolutely sure you could severely injure yourself into, and you do your best to steer your party away from plants and things that you feel could be very poisonous, and trying your best to test the land in every which way you go before actually setting foot there, and then making sure that it's safe before allowing your group passage, which is good because none of you injure yourselves getting into this place where you find that there is seemingly a stone circle in the middle.
Way to go, Ander.
As you arrive, you see that there is... Just a second, I wrote that down somewhere. That is the... A clearing...
Quick, if you...
I found it. A clearing with stone circles that keep rotating and shifting. dancing lights swirl around the stone circle in opposite direction. As the stones are rotating clockwise, the dancing lights are going counterclockwise. But there's several concentric circles of stones that just seem to kind of be floating around, and as they do, every now and then you see that there's a gap in between them, from which you can see a little mound of treasure in the middle. You can see several little trinkets and baubles just kind of strewn there, but a lot of them are shiny and kind of catch your eye.
You said the damn keyword, shiny.
Same.
Oh shit.
But Ender should know better, a little bit better. How shiny are they?
Make a perception check.
How shiny we talking? Can I also try to perceive how shiny these things are?
Sure.
Can Andrew do it with advantage since he's using spyglasses?
Damn it!
Are you
My eyes
using?
don't work.
Are you using your spyglasses, Ender?
Of course, I am, totally.
So roll
It's a
that again.
distance away.
Roll that again. You have advantage. All right. You see that this seems to be a little bit of a offering portion, a little offering plateau. Drakdaring, you don't see anything. You just kind of see shinies every once in a while. The stones move out of the way, and you just kind of keep trying to figure, oh, know what they are. I see shinies, but they seem to be thrown along with other mess, and you don't quite care about the mess. But you, Ender, you do see that these shinies, they seem to be a couple flasks with liquidy contents in them. You see that someone left some weapons in there as well. And also some other things. You see a pair of boots. And you see some other clothing articles just kind of thrown there as well.
So weapons,
The
boots.
articles of clothing,
Some-
you can see that they are belts inlaid with gems.
Oh my.
Shiny gems.
This is such a, guys, some. We can get on our way back and maybe run away.
Okay.
What do you think? It looks dangerous? It's just rocks.
They are floating and rotating. It's not just rocks. I'm kind of afraid after what we saw with the fog.
Mm.
Yeah, looks like something
Hey.
you have to time correctly.
What's up, Falcon?
Reach your hand and see if it bludgeons you or not.
Are you volunteering?
Oh, no. But I mean, if something happens, we could always just try it again.
Hey,
I don't think the whole
You'll-
exploding thing is really sitting with me well, so...
Though you said the rocks are floating around,
Yeah,
but like
they're floating around, always forming the same circle pattern. They don't seem to be.
it's like a sphere or a cylinder. I mean, if the top also has some rocks, or the top?
No,
is
it's just
empty?
cylinders.
You know what I'm
is
thinking?
How
the
big
top
of a s-
covered?
Come again?
You know what I'm
Covered?
thinking, Stormy Climb? The top's not
Flyover.
covered. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'm going to fly up and just see if there's any opening on the top.
You better believe your sweet rat ass that there is an opening on the top. There's
Just
just
the rat that can hold very little things.
yeah, there's just rocks, stones that are floating around, and on the there's nothing on the top that seems to be impeding passage in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, yeah, it looks like there's nothing on top that's actually blocking anybody from flying in. So
I bet I
mean,
could
like,
throw Ender.
Did you want me to try and go in there?
Why?
What?
Yeah.
Like over the rocks.
But
You're like a
Stormy
monk, you're-
Climb
and you're a
can go
cat.
in there.
Yeah, but he's a rat. He doesn't have the bag of holding either. I do.
Hand me
Well,
the damn bag of
but-
holding.
We don't need
don't-
everything that's there right now, Some may
Okay.
not be useful. Can you just check and see what is there, like, very descriptively, like, can we use this on our journey?
Whoa! Remember, we're not supposed to touch anything with magic. Like, we have to let the guild screen it. Remember?
I
That's
mean,
the rule.
we can still take it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with taking it.
Okay, so
Unless that's the trap.
throw me.
It's an ooh.
What?
Can I
Tiger,
really?
throw. How
Yeah.
about, wait, how about
Wait,
get
I
out
should-
after that?
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I said I
Um,
should just fly in.
Yeah,
Sure.
okay. We'll
I'm
send
pretty sure
Stormflame in
Damocles
first.
can carry some stuff.
Ender, make an... No, never mind. That won't work, what I was thinking.
I'm just saying, I'm, 8+ feet tall and built like a fucking tank. I can probably throw you. But yeah, the getting back part's kind of hard.
Actually, I
I
will
mean,
say that you are ingenious enough that you could possibly make it work. You have
Use them monk skills.
you have a shadow step skill as a monk,
Yeah.
and the if you time it correctly, you could kind of hide in the shadows of the stones that are rotating. They are blocking light. There are dancing lights that are also rotating around, but if you time it just right, you could get around them. But to be fair, I don't know why you were complicating this so much. The stones aren't the stones aren't rotating like a blender. They're just
That
rotating.
was going to be one of my
Oh.
questions, is how fast are the stones rotating, but I never got to it.
Yeah, I was thinking that they were a blender, but
No.
like,
No, they're just floating and kind of
I figured
lazily.
we can just,
spinning.
walk over.
Okay, so why did you let us do this? Let's take stuff.
Because it's funny.
I'm taking the stuff that I saw.
Okay. So, Stormclimb is going to hop off of Damocles and hop onto Ander to provide some support.
I'm going to wait back here in case it is going to explode.
All right.
And it's the bag of holding, Drac.
I'm going to wait back here in case everything explodes, so that the bag of holding also doesn't explode.
Damn you, Drac.
I think
Don't
that's
forget
fair.
to carry all that stuff back.
Andor has hands and arms, and you have hands and a sword.
But there might be a trap that goes off, so we need to have free hands. Don't be.
That'd be
greedy, Drac.
unfortunate.
That's okay. Let's go, Stormclimb. I'm walking because Stormclimb can't stop me. I'm just walking towards the stuff.
Fair enough.
We're keeping the loot.
Okay.
The platform which is entering, which you are standing upon, Stormclimb starts moving, deciding to ignore this whole discussion, and it just goes. And you find yourself taken as
I'm on Ander.
Yeah, exactly, and he's
I'm
walking.
the platform.
Oh, okay, I misheard.
So the two of you approach this treasure trove in the middle, and as you walk over there, you just see from much closer a little bit better what those things are, and they're indeed just pretty much the things I described. You see that these shiny weapons were actually daggers. There's a very finely handmade long bow with very intricately carved symbols and things in Elvish, and a pair of boots that, from much closer inspection, they look very nice. And a couple flasks with liquids on the inside.
Sure. Okay. Can I take all of them? Let me see.
Sure.
I can. I have almost nothing on me.
Alright, so Ender, you just start to pick up these things and pocket them into your
Yeah.
belongings. So let me type it out for you because it's a hell of a lot. And there are potions as well. And, well, according to the rule books, you can just like taste one single drop of a potion to know what it does. So I won't have you throw Falcon there in the middle for him to identify potions.
I can take the potions out and do stuff after we are out of the circle, right? I mean,
Oh, sure. I'm just telling you right now what they are, so you can write it down correctly.
okay, you're gonna give it a freebie.
Boy, it kind of seems like that was someone before. Conveniently, the equipment one person might use.
What?
Yeah, it's like
Ooh.
something happened to that individual. Not sure what it could have been.
It seems like a trap.
Oh, we're dead.
Da-ba-da-ba-da.
How far
So let me
away
tell you
are we
about my
from the
backup
group?
character.
It's not like this is disrespectful to anybody or anything. Like, that was a grave.
Well, maybe.
I don't have that level of discerning grave robbing from taking free stuff.
So
We've
that's
been there.
That's true. He's done it before.
that is what you, Ender, and Stormclimb find there in the middle.
It's like a Diablo drop list.
Pretty much.
You can just hear the, like, flailing of it when they go, ching. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look at all those orange pillars of light. Oh.
4 silver daggers.
I'm seeing so many stars in my map. So Stormclimb and Ender, you start just picking these things up. Well, mostly Ender starts picking these things up and pocketing them. And as you do, my nose. Sorry.
You die.
Oh, no.
No, don't quite die.
You explode.
As you are picking these things, you notice that the ground around you seems to shift and change a little bit, Ender. And as you go to grab one of the last daggers in there, you sense that the roots around you, almost seem to try and lash out at you, almost as if trying to grab, and you just pull back in time, and you take a step back. And as you look around, you see 2 big mounds of earth and herbs and plants and roots climbing out of the ground. They were apparently disguising the environment, but the 2 of you notice that, oh no, we're in the middle of this place and there are plants attacking us. So I would like everyone and every Juanita to go ahead and roll for some goddamn initiative.
Yeah, boy.
Why is out the ground? Damn ground.
Ender, this is twice you've grave robbed and gotten caught.
I'm not surprised.
Third time's
You know-
the charm.
We could just run, Drakthar, I mean...
No.
We could just leave.
No. Shh, Falcon, you shoot spells from back here. I'm going to go kick a plant's ass.
So where
Do
are the
plants have asses?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. Look me in the eye. Do plants have asses?
No, they don't. It's a saying.
You're gonna go kick them.
Sure.
Not your axe.
I mean, I can use my
Okay,
axe.
Doug, where are the monsters?
Oh.
Please get this back
All
on
around.
track.
Sorry, I was muted, I didn't notice that. So yeah, they're right around you. Can you see the map?
We can see the map, but not
I
monsters.
see a map.
Don't you see monsters?
I
No,
see a
I
pile
see
of
loot.
loot. in a friend's box.
The whole ground's monsters. Let's just stomp the
It's
ground.
just start stabbing the
All
ground with my
around.
stick.
Tell me our familiar faces.
Can you F5 to refresh the page?
That's gonna take a while, you know that.
I'll do that.
Oh well, I'm sorry, but I don't know. In any case, you guys can look at the stream, and on the stream you can see the monsters. They are there.
Oh, are we getting an alternate reality? Oh my god, we are! We're in an alternate reality where monsters don't exist.
Just open this back up.
Okay, I'm refreshing the page.
Yeah, that looks like a bad time. Cool. Glad we are so far away.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So far away.
Are you glad?
Now I see monsters. Great.
Oh! So, did we manage
I'm
to get all the loot in time?
You
They refresh.
well, you did get all the loot but 1 dagger.
Okay.
Fuck that dagger. Run.
Yeah, we'll get it later. Let's run, Ander.
No, you get to roll initiative first. What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, we have no intention to engage, but okay. Let's see.
I do.
No, to see if they don't get to do things to you first, is what I
I
mean.
think
Yeah.
they're engaging you.
How
Yeah.
do we roll initiative again?
Second,
totally forgot.
second tab. There's the chat. The second one is the combat tracker. You can
Oh, that's right.
you can right click that to pop it out.
That's right.
Oh, look at those delicious initiatives coming out.
This is what happens when you use several different methods of. Oh,
I feel dumb. Where was my initiative again?
The second tab, there's the chat window, and the second one is the little hand,
Oh.
the fist.
There's a
Right.
little dice in there to oof.
You can right
0.
you can right click the little hand to pop out the combat tracker, if you would like.
Cool.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's helpful.
There you go. So Stormclimb, you're acting first. You're on top of Ender. What do you do? You're riding Ender, actually. What do you do?
Yep. So I'm going to take the dodge action so that, monsters will have disadvantage against me. And
Fun.
let's see. I think that's going to be it. I'm just going to say, let's go, Ender. Let's get out of here. We don't need to fight them. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Because I can't really move. I am dependent on Ander.
Okay. So that's your turn. Next up is the creature right next to you. It's going to try and do the thing that it can do. Da-da-da-da-da. So what it is going to do is move into your tile, Ender, and by doing so it engulfs you, and because you're riding him, Stormclimb, it also engulfs you.
Ah.
Oh, I don't think I can have it on the bottom, below you guys. That's
What
good.
does
Definitely
that
fulfilling
mean?
somebody's fantasy right now.
Oh no.
It means you're about to have a bad time.
Well, you're being engulfed by the creature pretty much. So you guys are considered.
I can't move. Oh, okay, sorry.
You're
Don't we
considered.
get a dexterity save?
No, you do not. Let me put up this skill in chat so you know. Oh no, you can't. Oh, you can't read it. The shambling mound engulfs a medium or smaller creature grappled by it. The engulfed target is blinded, restrained, and unable to move, and it must succeed on a blah 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 saving throw at the start of the turns. You are right. I was wrong. It has to attack and grapple first. So let's see if it hits with its slam attacks.
At disadvantage.
It's attacking Ender.
No, it's not. It's going to be attacking Stormclimb because of his mounted combatant feat.
Oh yeah, you can redirect attacks. I forgot about that. Ooh,
Yuppers.
look at you, tricking the system. So yeah,
I'm the
What's that
ultimate shield!
We're not tricking the system. We have this ability up, I don't know, 4 sessions ago.
it has disadvantage, right?
Correct, because I took the dodge action.
Okay, so that's a 10, which misses. You're ridiculously high AC.
Okay.
It tries to strike at you, and you just kind of lift your little Palantir shield, and as you do, to try and deflect the vines from grasping at you, and you can see Stormclimb's Eidolon that just shows up and puts out its hands, and it seems to be the force that is actually blocking the vines that you see is leashing it. What is the word? Oh, lashing. There you go.
Entangling?
Lashing at you inches from your face, but it misses. Thanks to Stormclimb's as Eidolon deflecting the attack, and the second one is a 11.
So, this is going to be the first time that Ander sees Stormclimb's Eidolon that's in its new form now that Stormclimb underwent a change in himself, both physically and literally. So, if it's okay, I just want to describe real quick.
Sure, I'm eating
Stormclimb
chocolate
screams
anyway.
out- so Stormclimb screams out, "Algernon, come!" And so his Eidolon Algernon materializes, and at first it looks like a humanoid figure that you usually see. It's just kind of like covered in spiritual energy, but it shatters off of it, revealing a newer form that looks mechanical, like a steampunk android with whirring gears all over its body and bits of steam coming out. And it's plated in its head and torso. It's plated in a white porcelain, and its limbs are plated in black obsidian, and it looks like a very fragile being. that's just fully mechanical, but somehow still looks heroic. And you would think that this is all machine, were it not for the rat tail, appropriately sized for its size, sticking out of its back. So it looks more like a sort of rat cyborg plated in fragile armor, but somehow it's still able to defend itself. So it's fragile, but it will not break so easily.
And not only that, but it does manage to block 2 attacks. And you notice Ender, as this all is happening, how
And there
close.
goes what the?
Pretty much. As the thing,
Yeah, I underwent a change.
as the creature tries to strike at you but fails to do so, and then it prepares, kind of reeling back to try and lifting up its vines, trying to go for another strike. But before it does, you get your turn. What are you doing?
Okay, so to not abuse the shadow step stuff, unless you say it's okay. But then again, I don't know which way the shadows are and stuff like that.
I mean, you
So-
can take a disengage if you want.
Yeah, I can actually make it even better than that. But okay, so let me. Sorry. Can I deselect my 30 feet? Okay. I can walk. I cannot walk over rocks, right? Those are huge rocks.
Yeah, they're gigantic. You have to walk around them. They are.
Oh, I can move that way. No, that way is bad. I can walk 45 feet this way. So yeah, I'm gonna take the disengage and run all the way over here. Is that it?
Can you move your token?
Yes. No, I have the wrong two. But yes.
Okay, you disengage and move over there. Bring him Stormclimb with you.
Sorry, I moved to the wrong position. Here.
Stormclimb is still with you.
Yeah. Run, you fools!
So Ender, you run just as the stones they kind of rotate a little bit, obscuring the battlefield behind you for a little while before the stones move a little bit further and reveal them again, just in time for Drek Daring to do some daring whatever. What are you doing? You see your party mates with treasures under their arms just running in your direction. And they seem to have plucked out most of the loot.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to get the bag of holding open and wait, because Ander can move frickin' almost twice as fast as me. So I think I'm just going to well, question, am I gonna get smacked in the back of the head by a rock if I stand here?
Nope, you will not.
Okay. I'm going to walk up to him and be like, put all that shit in here. This happened last time. You got in trouble for stealing shit, and now we're getting in trouble again. Great.
Yeah, but this time we're able to get away.
Well, last
Yeah,
time you
I'm
got away too.
sorry. I'm gonna throw shit. Wait, do I need an action to do that? Actually, Drek
Probably.
can get stuff and put in
Yeah.
the bag, right?
Drek Daring can use his
You can-
use his action to start just putting stuff into the bag of holding.
Yep.
So
Why
that's
did you run up to us? You could have ran away.
No,
Would have
this
caught
is
up.
faster.
okay. That's your turn, Drek Daring, I imagine.
Sure is.
What are you doing, Falcon?
Well, I guess I'll do the only thing that makes sense in this situation.
Run.
Okay, so you just run away.
I guess I'll just
Actually,
take 2 steps out of the field.
you pretty much cast tactical distancing and just wait.
It's not a
Tactical
retreat. I'm advancing
distancing.
in a different direction.
Just stepping outside of the glowing white border and just staring. aloft.
All right. Next up is the creatures, and as it tries to give chase, you realize, Ender and Stormclimb, that even if it dashes, this is the most it can make. It's very slow.
Yeah.
I flip him off.
Okay. So next turn, Stormclimb, are you doing anything to keep engaging, or are you guys running away?
I mean, we're just gonna be running away. That's the plan.
We're
I'll
running
just take
away,
the
I
dodge
guess.
action.
We could just fucking kill them. They could have more loot.
We'll do it another time. Right now, we have to finish the mission first, which is on a time-sensitive basis.
Look, we already discussed that time doesn't work the same in here.
Look, let's just actually try to be heroes for once and just focus on the mission before our greed gets to us. We'll do that later.
Do we have time for all this conversation?
Yes. You just have time for.
Damn you.
You just have time for Stormclimb to finish saying that, because the next turn is the was the creatures, and before it gets to Ender's turn, before he can actually run away, because it's still within reach from that one. So, because you use your action to disengage in that way. So, Stormclimb, are you taking the dodge action again? Or are you doing something else?
I'm still taking the dodge action.
Okay. So this thing gets close enough, only enough to have the one turn, whereupon it will try and slam at you again. Because you force it to target you, I imagine.
That's right.
Misses with a 17, and then misses with a 13. As your Eidolon shows up, I will never remember the name of your Eidolon, so I'm just gonna keep calling that. It shows up and blocks 2 more attacks, very heroically. And now, Daring and Falcon, you just see the Stormclimb, the tiny rat, summoning this humanoid persona to help him in fights. And it looks...
The Eidolon just shows up and goes, shh, stop, shh, stop attacking.
And it looks
Yeah,
both...
slaps him away.
It looks both badass and anime as shit. So the creature does nothing else. Actually, could not even attack because it dashed. What the hell am I doing? Sorry.
Cheating!
I forgot. So Ender, the creature is engaged with you, but it did not ever attack. Are you running?
Drake, don't make me come back, and I'm gonna run.
Okay. I imagine you're disengaging first, right?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I take disengage action, and I'll run all the way to Falcon.
Okay. So Daring, are you also running?
Seems like the new popular thing to do.
Alright, all of you just run. You decide not to mess with these plants, and you leave the local flora alone. And the one dagger that stayed behind as you guys just make haste and get out of there. Apparently completely unscathed. And with a few loot of your own, as you realize that after running for a while that have put a safe distance between you and the creatures.
Nice.
Not gonna lie, this feels bad.
Why?
Why? We left a dagger for them.
But
Yeah.
They
We're
were
probably
trying
not
to-
going to deal with those on the way back, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not like we actually stole it from dead people, Ender.
We probably did steal it from a dead person.
Pretty sure
that
those were
they
dead
probably
people.
ate.
You know, I'm actually feeling bad that they were trying to bond and engage with us, and we left them behind. That's what I feel bad about.
Let's just
I'm sorry. Let's go.
keep moving, Ender. You have a very selective conscience.
Yes.
I've noticed. You go 1 second, oh, grave robbing, great idea, and then, oh, but those monsters, they didn't get a fair fight, we just fucking ran.
I care about the living sometimes.
I mean, do we even know if they were? Technically, it was literally dirt and plants.
But they deserve love.
Oh my
Pretty sure there's a
God.
dead guy sticking out of one of them.
Ugh. Now that I don't want to think about.
Let's keep moving.
Yeah, let's keep
Yeah,
walking.
let's go. Adventure!
While I add
and I
things
hop
to
back
the-
on.
All right, fair enough. You guys then
And I hop
depart.
back on to Damocles.
Okay. You depart and keep on your way. So
I'm gonna add the items to the bag of holding. while
Already
we're doing
way
it.
ahead of you.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I had nothing else to do.
So you guys can take a while to try and identify these items. If Falcon got identify and a pearl,
Prepared identify.
Falcon.
You ask. Oh, sorry. I
Did you
wasn't
prepare
looking there.
identify?
What, the spell?
The spell.
I don't know
Doesn't
identify.
have it.
Perfect. Then we'll keep moving.
Guys, attention, guys. We already
You
knew
can't have
that.
every spell.
Isn't that
Aren't you
supposed
a
to be-
walking book?
Isn't that what wizards are?
Not yet.
Oh well.
Late game.
Okay.
We wait. We wait.
We wait.
All right.
Get you some time magic to learn the spell in the future, then come
Oh
back.
my god.
So, without any identification capabilities, you don't quite know what is this bowl that you found and these boots, but they seem extraordinary. They seem too nice to just be items. You imagine that they might do something.
Not going to put those on.
But
Not gonna
anyway,
do it.
Nope.
Not gonna do it.
where do you guys go towards the next?
Towards next hexagon.
All right.
Mount Bailey.
So, Ender, you're leading the party. Make a survival check with advantage.
Yay.
Because you did scope out these planes first from before.
Survival.
Nice. You move forward, and as you're moving in and getting further and further along, eventually you stop and notice that these planes, it's riddled with like what are these called? What do I call this? Like very big potholes, but in the earth itself. And
Oh no, sinkholes everywhere. I
They're-
don't like the concept.
they're like about 2-ish feet deep. And they're not huge. They're like a feet or two across. Some are a little bit bigger. And as you're walking along and noticing them, paying attention to them, you realize these are footsteps of giants.
Wow.
And then you decide to hush your party and move along a little bit more quietly, trying to really examine the way ahead. And eventually you tell everyone to just kind of hunker down as you notice two giants that seem to be roaming this land, who have not yet noticed you, because you noticed them from far away enough that you had time to try and hide from view.
Oh dear.
But they are just crossing the plains. Do you decide to engage or do something, or what do you do?
We should probably sneak by.
I see no point in
Yeah.
fighting.
No, fighting's bad.
Sneaky time then?
Sneaky time.
Okay.
Sneaky time.
Wait, I'm considering if we can be sneaky enough just by ourselves.
Or can we
Depends
just
on how
wait
many
for them
spells you want to
cast?
use.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend like all my key points just to cast the spell that I don't know if
Please
it's gonna
don't.
be
Please
worth.
don't.
No. Okay, I'm not doing this. We're being cautious on our own.
Okay, so you're making a stealth check. Unless you want to wait for the next hour for them to pass by, because they
Well,
No.
everything's so time sensitive. We don't have an hour to waste.
Stealth check.
Okay, So everyone, go ahead and make your stealth checks.
Oh man, so good!
Could you repeat that?
Guys, I'm so bad at this.
I'm
Ugh.
gonna cast invisibility on myself.
Honestly, fair.
You're going like, nope.
Are you doing that, Falcon?
Yes.
Okay. So you just use one of your spell slots to cast invisibility on yourself?
Yes.
She's a level 2 spell.
You don't even
Oh my god.
you don't even bother to roll. You're invisible. Nobody can see you as far as they're concerned.
Stealth is not one of my good rolls.
Hey, Sam, I have permanent disadvantage on it.
Holy.
That's why I rolled a 1.
So as you guys are passing through this field, mostly trying to keep to the ground and keep very quietly, these giants, they just seem to be looking around, trying to really perceive if there's something around and about. One of them, well, when you get closer, you notice that one of them is an ogre, but the other is an actual giant. And not only is the other one an actual giant, it seems to be more keen than the ogre. It seems to really be looking out for something or someone, and it makes a perception check. Oh boy.
Wow.
Why am I not?
Then aren't you perceptive, you giant bastard?
Well,
Well, it wouldn't matter because it's Drac got that nat 1, and it's not like Pass Without a Trace would have helped us.
It could have, because this is a group
could've.
check.
Yeah, it's an average roll.
Yeah, if half the group passes, everyone passes.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh.
But
So yeah,
the ones...
pass without a trace would have helped. But they see you, but you're a ways away as they just, this big giant, he just kind of points a finger towards your guys' direction and starts shouting things in a language you guys don't quite understand. And
can I know what he said?
what?
He knows giant.
I know Giant.
Oh, okay, he just says, "Catch them. There'll be dinner for
Oh.
tonight."
I was hoping for like some.
Very poetic.
All right.
Catch these bastards, head-handed in our fields, for they shall fill our bellies. Tonight, for we eat like the giants we are.
I think it's time to run, guys. I think it's time to really fucking run.
Run!
Let's just run.
Okay, so everyone is running. The ogre is a little bit faster than most of you guys, but the giant is not. So I would like everyone to make an athletics check.
Yes, that's something I may be good at.
Same here.
Do I need to if I'm just kind of like invisibling away?
Yeah, you're fine.
Ender, you don't need to make an athletics check because you're faster than them. You can easily outrun them. And Falcon, you're invisible. You just have to catch up later.
It lasts for an hour. He'll be
Watching
fine.
this happen.
Taking a stroll here.
So wait, Ander, what's your speed?
45.
He runs 45 feet every
Oh,
action, so...
Damocles is a 50, so I think I'm good.
Oh yeah, you're cool too. You don't need to roll. The only one that needed to roll was Drakdarin.
It's me.
Against the ogre's athletic skill that he has no proficiency in.
Oh. That's a strength check. But oh yeah, he doesn't have proficiency, so...
Yeah.
Hey.
So, just barely.
Barely.
Drakdarin, you running full speed, trying to beat this guy's is with his 40 feet, with your puny 30. Eventually, you run away enough by just putting everything you have into running, dashing, making a mad dash for the eastwards, away from here. And as you're running, you just feel this guy almost catching up to you, but eventually you just hear shouting from the very distance as the other giant who was trying to give chase up to a point, he just shouts something, and the ogre that was chasing you seems to give up and let you escape.
Don't stop running. What am I saying? I'm talking to myself. No one else is near me. Fuck.
Oh yeah, and
I'm the slowest of the whole party.
Ender is way far ahead.
He's just
and
gone.
Stormclimb
And
just
Falk is way behind.
and Stormclimb just yeeted into the sky, I imagine.
Oh my god.
That sounds about right.
And Falcon, you're also running. You're also running, but eventually, as you're running, you see that the ogre just passes by you, and you just kind of steer to the side a bit and keep running invisible because they don't seem to pay attention to you because they can't see you.
Jog chain.
Just going on a stroll.
And eventually, you see as the giant stops chasing Draktharian, as Draktharian just dashes, and then he turns back and starts walking back, and you kind of just steer away from him as you reunite with your party that's by now very far away. But you guys did avoid this other encounter. As you realize now, as you look around, that you're not in any one specific place, you are in the Plains of Giants.
I'm
Well,
not
that's a
built for
convenient
running.
I thought you literally were.
I'm built for hitting hard and destroying things. I don't run long distance.
And he's wearing all that armor too.
Ugh.
He can take it.
Let's go.
Let's
Yep.
Eh.
Go.
Keep moving.
Do you need
Mr.
some water?
Mr. Invisible, you were just going to fucking leave us, weren't you?
I'm still invisible. Hi.
Where are you? Stop! Just voice from
Yeah,
nowhere. Don't like that.
Saying
please.
really creepy stuff in Draconic.
Don't.
Damocles
I'm the only one that can
is
understand.
able-
Stop doing that.
Damocles can do what?
Damocles has blind sight, so he's able to see where Falcon is.
No.
Dude,
Points it out.
No,
Blindsight is
blindside is
bad.
something else. Blindside means that he does not need to see to know where things are within a range. That's pretty much echolocation.
Yeah.
So he knows
Yeah,
where
so he's
Falcon
able
is.
But
to
he-
see
he-
invisible objects.
No, he knows that there is something because of like tremors in the ground, but Damocles is flying. No,
It's like a sense thing.
yeah,
The plot twist.
is it a
The only
sense?
It's
thing
not
I
a
can see
literal you
through-
see the move around thing.
The only thing that can see through invisibility is true sight.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not entirely sure.
Blind sight.
I'm not entirely sure on the specific. No, True Sight is the one that can see invisibility. I'm not entirely sure on the specifics of Blind Sight, but it does not matter, so I'm not gonna look it up. We're not trying to fight one another.
We're good.
So, as you realize that you're very close to Mount Gailey, I imagine you press on then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Jog chain.
Okay, ignoring completely everything I'm throwing at you guys, you press
Sorry,
on.
dog. I know you're feeling so bad right now. I'm feeling bad for you. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You have to make the way back now. So let's see how that will go.
Yeah, we still have to come back.
By the way, avoiding combat is not a bad thing. I mean, power to you. You don't need to spend resources in trivial combats. Well, not trivial,
Yeah,
like
'cause we're probably walking into a big ass boss fight.
who knows. So
That's true.
you arrive in Mount Gailey and you realize that this is a very tall mount that you have to climb, walking up the crags. And sorry, it's a very steep incline, and it takes the air out of you as you keep going up and up. And no matter how much you go, it keeps going up. However, it's has its sort of a positive, that is, all the way up, there's giggling all over you. And as you look around, you don't see the source of such giggling, but it's almost as if the air itself was funny around here for some reason. It's just a lot of giggling and chuckling, and it doesn't seem mischievous or evil in any way. It just seems jovial and festive. It seems like the air around you is having fun, and you almost find it somewhat infectious, and you find yourself smiling a little bit too. And then, as you're going up, you realize why this mount has the name it has.
Oh.
Oh, it's not because it's
Very
homosexual?
apropos sort of thing, yeah. Very gaily, very happy. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
As you're climbing, Falcon, your invisibility completely disappears, so you're no longer invisible.
Oh, hey,
Oh.
there you are.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Long time no see.
Yeah,
1 hour no see.
Yeah.
it's about an hour.
Question,
take.
DM. Have we seen any signs of this other scouting party we're supposed to be tracking?
I was not incredibly aware that you were trying to find for them, but sure.
I mean,
Ender, make
They're also looking for something.
I didn't. I didn't know how.
make a survival check with advantage because you are tracking.
I have to reach for my keyboard.
Isn't this the whole point of our mission, to find that crew? Oh.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
we're trying to find the
wanna
thing
add a
before
card?
they do, but
How much was that? 10.
You want to add a card, Ander?
Oh, I have a card.
you've got that.
I don't
nice
know.
three.
Yeah, let's add a card.
What is your
It's
card?
a. How do I use that?
You just tell me what
Jack.
it is. Oh,
It's in the chat. I can roll the card.
Sure.
What?
Cool.
Oh.
20. So yeah, you do find. Not only do you find tracks, but you avoid falling into chasms here and there and injuring yourselves because, goddamn, that's dangerous. So yeah, you not only do not fall into chasms, but you do climb up and you find the trail left behind by this trekking party that was sent here a while ago. And while you don't quite encounter them immediately, you do come across several little tracks and things here and there that they had left behind. And it feels oddly fresh, and you imagine that they have not been away for too long. And you keep on following until you start to hear talking and shouting up ahead, and you imagine that they are incredibly close.
Oh boy.
Does everyone hear that?
Yes, everyone hears
Okay.
that.
I'm gonna draw my axe.
Oh no.
Be ready, guys.
I
I
wanna
don't
hit
know
something.
what's going down here.
Let's just try and creep up on them and see if they're.
Yeah,
Danger.
sneaky. Can we observe them from somewhere? I don't know.
Are you trying
behind some
to
rocks or
are you
something?
trying to approach and be sneaky?
Yeah.
Sure.
Ooh, if it's dark enough, maybe you could teleport too.
It's the middle
Is it dark?
It is not dark. It is very bright outside.
Are we on the shadowy side of the mountain? Sorry.
I'll say that you are. Yeah.
I don't know what that entails.
You guys ready for me to fail another stealth check? Because I am.
Yes, I'm ready.
That's kind of why Andrew's going first.
I'm
We're all
for
going
it.
together. Unless he wants to scout ahead.
Yeah. Are you scouting
No.
ahead, Ender?
Um.
In any case, everyone.
No, we're going together.
Okay, we'll go together. So make me a stealth check. Ah, there it is. I found it. Why in the world do they keep notes in two different pages for the same thing?
God damn.
Oh,
So what's the point of rolling now?
What's the point of rolling when it's always a fucking one?
If everyone else succeeds,
huh.
Yeah, you're gonna spend another invisibility spell there, Magic Boy?
Debating on it.
Don't do it. Even that is better than me.
Okay, so I'm definitely
I'm-
like hovering above everybody way up high.
I'm gonna use
Are
my
you?
card. I'm
I
gonna
mean, I
use
got a
my card for
23.
that.
Make it an 8.
make it an 8. Cool. Alright, let me just do
I thought
it.
I thought it was
The-
that 10 any roll.
Yeah,
No.
the description is wrong.
The description on that card is wrong. Sorry. My bad.
Oh, I want to take my card back. I thought it was at 10.
No, sure thing. Sure thing. That was on me. Sorry.
I don't know, man. An 8 can make all the difference.
Most things are done in multiples of 5.
Metagaming.
Sorry. I did a noopsie. Oh shit. I'm waiting for this to happen. Can this work? Oh no, I don't know how to make this work. Fuck it, I'll roll it by hand.
Well, I guess we won't figure out who's the Cornif group. So.
Oh, I can't kidnap someone again? Damn it.
What?
That's why I was hoping that Ender would be able to scout ahead.
Nah, we gotta
Last
fight sometime.
Last time we had a place to steal someone too.
So-
this time I could just like throw him off a cliff.
As you guys are climbing up, you see in front of you a group of scouts, and you see them and who they are. And as you arrive, you see that it is a group of tiger folk.
What?
But they're all wearing some sort of mask, a helmet of sorts that covers most of their heads and their eyes with some goggles. And they seem to be talking to one another, but they quickly stop and they look to the side as they notice the whole of you coming along. And as soon as they notice all of you, they just kind of lift up their weapons that they're holding. All of them are holding short swords, some of them are holding long bows, and this one particular one here is holding a lance. And he seems...
The one in the middle.
Yeah, the one in the middle with the little holy cross token thing. He seems to be wielding the lance almost as if the leader of this group of scouts. And as they look towards you, they immediately just kind of take a offensive stance and get aggressive. So...
Ender, say you're with Vane, remember? Maybe if we pass off as one of his lackeys, we can get away with the lance without doing any damage.
That's a great idea. And hey guys, we came in peace.
They just shout to one another, in common, why not?
It's what tigers talk.
They shout to one another in common. Oh, kill these monsters! Don't let them get close! We need to get back! And they just take offensive stances. I would like everyone to roll for initiative. It would seem that whatever you said, Ender, did not reach them at all.
Can I try
Maybe
again?
if you tried harder than saying we come in peace.
Take me to your leader.
Right?
I would like everyone to roll
Sorry.
for initiative now. As we just throw multiple-sided die all over the screen.
Pew pew.
Pew.
Don't touch my
Oh,
dice.
My
Don't
dice
put your
are
dice
pink
in
Don't
my
hit my
dice.
for some
dice.
reason.
Grab dice and throw it.
Oh wait, there it is.
You got your dice in my dice.
Oh, you got your dice in my dice. Did I
Okay.
really roll a one again? I rolled
Ender,
a two.
what do we do? Do we kill or just try to knock them out? Because I know they're your people.
Kill,
Just kill.
kill
Just kill.
time.
Okay.
Oh. So you're just gonna... Okay.
Alright.
Yep.
Fun. The combat begins and they are first. This guy's first, more specifically. He is going to walk up to here, crossing the bridge, and from where he is holding this lance and is going to try and strike at you, Draktarin, with
That
his
sounds about right.
puny strength.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it's super puny. Oh wow, it's super shitty. So, does a 4 hit?
No.
It misses.
Smack that lance aside. Get that shit out of my face.
Thankfully, he has
Multiple attacks.
multi-attack. Time for him to try it with a 16.
Okay, that hits.
Okay,
What is he attacking with?
a
A
lance.
lance.
They have reach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 10-foot reach.
So that's 1d12 piercing damage plus 2d6.
Ow.
So
Ow.
Daring, you suffer 5 points of piercing damage from the lance impaling into you, but as it does, you feel this burn, this energy that seems to weave its way across the lance and into you and burn you. Actually, that should have been a +1 over there because this is a magical item. So you suffer 5 points of piercing and 6 points of radiant damage.
Ooh.
What is your alignment, by the way? Lawful. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a good boy.
Oh no, because chaotic creatures suffer more damage.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know.
As a player, I know.
I thought you were neutral.
Me? No.
But anyway,
Not neutral in any way.
Stormclimb, it's your turn. Are you riding Damocles, right?
Yes, and quick question about this map. So, how deep is that chasm beneath the bridge?
I'll keep it simple, say it's 10 feet.
And it's going into roaring waters, right?
Sure. I
Okay.
actually don't know very well. I mean, it doesn't quite super matters.
Kinda does. If you said it's like 100 feet, we're just gonna knock them there and not fight them at all.
Okay, no, it's some 10 feet deep. But yeah, the waters are calm enough, so you wouldn't get picked away by the waters and taken. But yeah, if you do fall here from the point of the waterfall here on the left corner, you will fall quite a lot. So don't fall over there. That's a big drop. But yeah, that's Sky turn. So you're up, Stormclimb. What are you doing?
So, what I'd like to do is... Let's see. I'm just reading over some stuff real quick.
Sure.
Shoot, I can't look at both the screen and my character sheet at the same time. Give me 1 sec. Okay, so... Let's see.
Yeah,
What
time
I'd
for me
like
to eat
do
chocolate,
is-
as you think.
Oh no, chocolate.
Okay. Okay, so riding on Damocles, I don't like how this guy has that reach, and 5 against 4 is not a good number. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to fly with Damocles over to, let's see, I get 50 feet, so let me just try and...
You can go basically anywhere in this map. Yeah, anywhere.
Yeah, I think, like, maybe right here they can't really touch me. Basically, I want to use my Ring of the Ram to push this tiger folk into that chasm beneath. Or river, whatever.
You
it's
have to
called.
go 1 square upwards to follow a line that actually would make him fall
That's
down.
true.
Okay, and let's see, how much space did I use up? Just trying to...
25 feet.
Doing this all from one touchpad.
25 feet.
Okay, 25 feet? Okay, Okay, so I moved 25 feet, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the Ring of the Ram to push that tiger folk into the chasm.
Oh shit. I didn't realize I make an attack roll.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm making an attack roll, so I'm using the Ring of the Ram to push him. And if he manages to fall in, then I'm going to fly upwards so that nobody can touch me.
What is
Like
that,
a good 25 feet, I suppose.
what is that d20 plus 5 that you're also rolling in there? The other. Is that
I don't know, I just clicked Ring of the Ram.
Is that a bug? I imagine it's a bug. Anyway, he suffers 11 points of damage. And he makes a...
It's the strength check for the second part.
Oh, it's the DC, I see.
He takes damage and then he has to make a strength check to not get thrown.
Okay. What is the DC?
15.
Oh, you have to
I'm
roll
gonna look
for
up
it?
this item.
Have to
I'm gonna
roll.
look up this item again.
Because the last sentence says the ring makes a strength check with a +5 bonus for each charge you spend. I guess that other is it's a d20 +5.
Oh wait,
It
that's
says
for
exactly
breaking an
that.
object.
Yeah, that's for breaking
Yeah.
another.
That's for.
Yeah, that's why it's on other. It rolled all the rolls of the item.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. So, nay, I say, he takes 11 points of damage and he is pushed 5 feet back, which makes him plop down into this water, and because he falls 10 feet, he suffers 5 points of damage and falls prone.
Nice. And then I'm going to fly upwards of 25 feet so that nobody can touch me.
Okay. You're 25 feet up in the air.
Yep.
Cool.
Or actually, I could just fly back, couldn't I?
I mean, up to you, really.
Oh, if that's the case, forget the 25 feet. I'm just going to move over here. That way nobody can still touch me.
Okay, you move over
I
there.
think. Down here, I guess, yeah.
That's your turn. Next up is them. So this guy here in the back, he is going to go ahead and
Before you say anything else, am I able to use my bonus action? I totally forgot about that.
chew.
Use Channel Divinity Legendary Strike
Sure,
so that I get a crit on 19.
sure. You do that. You are divine channeled. So the guy over there, he is not keen of you flying around and pushing people with your witchcraft, so he's going to try and shoot a bow at you, Stormclimb. With a bow at you, not shoot a bow. He will shoot an
Say,
arrow
dang.
at
This
you
dude
with,
really doesn't like him.
with a bow.
Just gonna throw my bow at you.
And that's a 22 to hit.
That hits.
You suffer 15 points of piercing damage.
That's the strongest bow I've ever seen.
Got some good dexterity on those boys.
That's a bow, all right.
That's a bow, alright.
It's a big bowl of give me another damage die to roll.
2d8 plus 2. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
It is worrisome though that they can only hit you on a roll of 17 or higher.
Yeah.
So for his second attack, he's also going to try and bow strike at you.
Damn it!
Oh, there you go.
17 or higher, you say?
7 more points of damage. English, come on, Dan.
Is there an auto calculation for this health? Because I have a calculator next to me that I've been using.
There is. You can if you right click on your token, it'll show up a little thing, and then you click on your health, and then you can type in minus blah, or you can select your token, go on to the chat, and if you hover over the damage, there's a button that is the apply damage. So just click that button.
Ooh.
Oh.
Say that one more
The
time.
more you
Apply damage
know.
where?
You select your token on chat where it says damage 7 piercing. There's a tiny little button if you hover over it. It doesn't show up unless you hover over it. There's a tiny little button that says apply damage.
That's cool.
Oh, okay. I've always clicked that and I was like, why isn't anything happening?
Because you gotta click on your token.
There you go.
Yeah.
It applied the damage. So that's it for that guy. Next up is Rectarian.
Oh. Alright, well,
Avenge me, Drac!
you're not dead, you're fine. It's just arrows, jeez. Wearing fucking plate mail and he's complaining about arrows. I'm going to move. He's 10 feet down, so I'm going to stick to the left side of the bridge. So he doesn't poke at my toes.
Sure.
'Cause, yeah, what an asshole. Why are you all out of range? That sucks.
Because you rolled bad for stealth.
Sorry.
No, it's, I mean, I rolled the one, I mean. Yeah. Shit.
I mean, they
yeah,
are scouts. They need to have good passive perception.
Oh, I'm not complaining about that. I'm gonna move myself right up over here. And just be like, come on! Fucking hit me! Hit me!
Why? Oh my
These creatures, they immediately just cower a little bit and they ready their weapons to really try and hit you the next time around. So they will go ahead and try and do that. These...
And then I guess for my action, I'll take the dodge action. As much as a giant fucking fighter can take a dodge action.
Sure. This guy is gonna come over here. And he is going to go ahead and try and strike at you with his short sword. He gets a +2 to hit. But he has disadvantage, so he misses with a 12, 11. And then... Yeah.
No.
It's not his good day. So this other guy's gonna come right over here. Wait, is that his turn? Yes, it is his turn. He's gonna come right over there and he's going to try and attack you.
Dog, you're cutting off.
Sorry.
Is he? He's not cutting off for me.
Not for me.
He's fine for me.
So does a 16 hit?
I can hear
A
anyone.
16 does hit.
He hits you because they're flanking. You suffer 13 points of damage. On that first attack.
Whoa,
Sorry,
why
guys.
did my health just go to 0?
Oh.
I'm dead! Ah! I just typed -13. I think it had set my health to -13.
Possibly.
What was it? 56 minus 13 is 33.
You can also use
43.
the buttons on the side to automatically calculate your health so you don't suffer that anymore. There's one hit kills.
Woo! I'm okay. Joke.
43, right?
33. I took 13 points of damage. Or no, it is 43. Yeah.
We had 56.
My brain doesn't work tonight.
It's alright. Neither does
Fine.
mine.
Where are these buttons you're talking about? Why did I close my character sheet? I'm a mess.
The buttons are on the damage
On
on
the-
the chat.
On the chat.
Oh, that, right.
So for his second attack, this guy's going to try and miss with a 9.
Good.
9. He misses. So next up is Falcon. What are you doing?
I'm lightning resistant, if that matters.
Oh, that's useful. But are you? Hold on, I've got to like pull up a ruler for everything
Let me just
to make
draw.
sure. Okay, let me just draw a little bit. Is that right here? Oh no, that's not gonna work. Okay.
Where's their thinking, dog? Since you draw, you go all the way to draw the shadows of the rocks. Can I use them?
I don't know.
Let's see.
I stole this map from the internet.
Does that work? Can anybody see the little thing that I'm making
Sure
on the
can.
map?
I can, yeah. You can.
20-foot circle.
Are you casting it over there? Whatever it is that you're casting.
Yes.
Okay, it will hit all 3 of the characters.
Ah, good. I cast Fireball.
Yeah.
All right, you cast Fireball then. They all get to make a Dexterity saving throw. DC, I don't know. You tell me.
DC 15.
That one makes it. The second one fails. The last one makes it. Go ahead and roll your Fireball.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Okay, the one that fails suffers 32 points of damage, and... Oh yeah,
Which one?
he explodes.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
That's why I love Fireball.
My God.
Oh my god, this is Fireball.
Yeah.
The other 2 guys, they saved, so they take half damage. Which is enough to kill that guy in a fiery blast.
Oh.
And that one too.
Oh.
Oh my god!
Triple kill.
Oh my god.
That's the power of Fireball.
The 3 of them fall.
Like they were. Yeah, it's like they just were standing there, and then fireball explodes behind them, and then they just like incinerate, and then you only see skeletons standing there.
I'm covered in
before
guts
collapsing,
and
just
ash.
like in Judgment Day.
Pretty much.
Just the way you like
over
it.
there? You doing fine, sweetie?
Smoky.
Okay, so I guess I'll use my turn. Just walk. Oh no, that's the same. Oh no!
Oh, Fireball.
No! I'm taking it with me, Ender.
wizards accidentally casting fireball everywhere.
What happens if I point my hand down when I do this? No, no!
This is a neat trick. Actually, yeah, I can kill myself with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can.
It's very
Okay.
easy.
I'm just gonna go over here and end my turn. Just gonna polish my scales, look at my fingers for a little bit.
Okay.
Don't mind me.
So you just, from where you were, you just coalesce this small bead of fire after rubbing some bat guano or using an arcane focus, whichever one. And as you release that bead of fire, it just strikes the back of the battlefield, and as it does, it expands into a fiery explosion that takes 3 of these tiger folk scouts away with them in this big explosion. 2 of them are really nimble and are able to try and dodge out of the way, but even then they're just kind of flung like ragdolls into the walls as they're just pushed back by all the force of this explosion. And
Don't say we didn't try diplomacy.
And they are effectively deaded. Because you cannot do magical damage non-lethally, so they are dead.
Yeah. Where did he learn to negotiate?
So after they explode pretty much, there's just a little residual shaking of the ground after the whole explosion. But yeah, that's their turn. The guy who was about to have a turn is dead. So next up is Ender.
Okay. I wanna walk over here. That's 10 feet. I'm gonna shout to the guy at the bottom of the of the pit, whatever. Hey, dude, you just lost 3 of your guys right now. Are you willing to talk, or can I kill the other one?
He just kind of keeps reeling back and looking at you with horror in his expression. Even though you cannot see his eyes because of the goggles, you can just see that he's really kind of trying to find his footing and stand up and not get attacked by you. He does not seem to be diplomatic at all. He just seems very freaked out by you, and seems like
I
he's...
tried my best.
Yes.
I'll do it again.
Okay, try my best. See you in a while. And I'm gonna run over here. Over here is the correct place, right?
Yeah, for flanking.
Yeah. So let's go. Let's start the monk ritual. I'm gonna attack. Flank gives +2, right?
Yes, +2. Which
Okay.
hits. With
Which hits.
21. Shit, it hits. The guy
Okay,
suffers
so
11 points of damage.
second attack.
Go for it. 23 hits. 4 points of damage.
Max and minimum damage.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll pounds because I ran 20 feet.
Okay, go for it.
You have to click the save DC.
Okay, I will. No.
You are intensely fucking up this guy, Anna.
So I'm not gonna even spend my key points in just martial arts. So martial arts is another monk strike.
Okay, you have advantage because he's prone on the ground.
Nah, it's fine.
Roll it
25.
again in case you get a crit.
You can always crit,
You can always crit.
but you did not. So that damage is enough to kill this guy. But because you're attacking with your fist, you can do it non-lethally if you would like.
Maybe make him explode. I try to be peaceful.
Okay, you... As you kind of just pounce him in the ground, and as he falls, because of that natural 1 on his saving throw, he falls, and you can already feel like he's you heard his skull cracking a little bit from this fall, and kind of as his head is kind of coming back from the rebound, you just kind of collapse your fist into his face, completely breaking all the bones in his muzzle, and he just kind of bleeds there, just coughing up blood until he pretty much chokes on his own blood as he dies painfully in front of you in the ground, prone.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna need that stone.
Did he just Oh right. So
He just went,
You ever
"Woo,"
seen
into
It
the
Man?
afterlife.
God.
Oh yeah, all monks.
So,
But I mean, he did bow staff him twice.
at the
Or, sorry, Bull.
end of the round, where in the hell is that? Oh no, I did not bring the thing. Ah shit.
The thing.
Yeah, the thing.
The thing.
The thing. I should have brought
I
the
hope
thing.
the thing's not about to show up.
The thing is about to show up because it does.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Vane just materializes.
Just out of nowhere. So after
Oh my wa.
after all happens, you just feel the ground shaking some more, and the ground just keeps on shaking and does not stop shaking. And then you see appearing from the ground two big, hungry hippos.
Again, the ground.
Oh.
A big creature appears over there from where the ground was shaking previously, and another one appears also close-ish by.
What the frack is that? What?
They big boys.
Can I do a history? What the hell is that?
Do we know what the hell is that? I
Can
really want
I history check this? What is that thing?
Let me just double check what it is. It's a monstrosity. That's an Arcana check.
Okay. Can I do that?
Probably on your turn for your action.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's an action.
It's an action.
Recalling knowledge is an action. They roll for initiative. That's their initiative.
Oh, thank goodness.
Fatties.
They're still faster than you and Enter.
Listen, I don't gotta be fast.
Top
That's
of
fair.
top of the second round, the Tiger Folk scout who was there, he stands up and tries to climb. He has climbing speed because he's a cat, so he just climbs. Although that's all of his movement to get over there, and he can make one more movement, but he sees nowhere to go because everywhere's just horrible. So he just kind of goes over there, and that's his turn. Storm
Hey
climb.
guy, come here.
I'm gonna shoulder check him into the river.
Okay, I'm going to. Let's see. Should I really just push him back in?
I mean, we have bigger problems now.
Yeah, but then
I
if
know what those
try
are,
to-
but my character doesn't know what they are, and I'm scared.
I don't know what they are. But like,
Not
I know
okay.
if I try to get at that angle to push him back in, like while that will be funny, I'll be putting myself at risk. So, let's see. Is he within shooting distance?
Depends
with my
on
gun.
depends what you're shooting with. I don't know the range of your gun. Is it 40 feet? What is it?
Like 4120. Let me check the stats one more time.
Yeah, he's 50.
Yeah, I believe it's 40.
And he is 50 away from you.
You can always
Let's
move as
see,
well, you
it
know.
is
Fly a little closer.
40. It says 4120.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
trying to get that confused. So does that mean?
No,
You have a
if,
normal roll at 40.
40 means that you just make an attack roll normally. Anything beyond 40 up to 120 is a disadvantage, and everything between 120 automatically misses.
Okay, so
Oh.
let's see. Is he close enough? Let me try and pull up a rule or whatever.
You need to move 2 steps closer if you want to shoot him.
Oh, okay. Then
Sorry.
I'm definitely going to, I guess, fly right here, and then, let's see. It's not close to anybody, so yeah, I'll just fire off 2 rounds of my map blaster.
Okay, make your first shot. It's a normal roll. Go for it.
To be fair, the wizard dropped a nuclear bomb in my face, so
Hey, you're fine.
Okay, the first shot hits with a 19, which kills him.
So I just do like a full sniper shot.
Pretty much. He drops dead on the ground, and as he does, you see that he drops also the lance that he was wielding.
Okay, I'm not gonna touch that yet, and it hasn't fallen into the river. So then I'm going to move up.
Oh. Oh, there you are.
And sorry, I'm getting things mixed up. I think that's close enough to fire towards the closest monster over there for my second attack.
Sure. Which one? The one on the top?
Oh, yes, the one on the left.
All right. I use your
Yeah.
previous roll anyway, just to expedite things, which hits, thankfully. So that's 11 points of damage to the creature. There you go. It's been damaged.
And let's see. So it requires an Arcana check to look at that monster. So I'm just going to use my bonus action to just reload my gun.
All right. You reload your gun. That's your turn, then I imagine.
Yuppers.
Okay, Drakdarian, what are you doing?
Walk up, smack, smack. Martial classes hit things.
After my own heart right now.
Ugh. Smack, smack.
Go for
Is
it.
the tiger dead?
Zug, zug.
17 just hits.
It's okay. I'm going to re-roll that damage because of great weapon fighting because I rolled a 2.
Oh no.
Sorry guys, is the other tiger dead? I dropped for a while there, and
He is dead. Stormclimb shot him in the face.
There we
Okay.
go. So
Yeah.
That's
on
5.
my screen, he's still there.
11
He's not
damage
dead.
instead.
How much damage is that? 11?
11.
Okay. He's still there because he dropped his lance. If you guys want to pick it up, that's where it is.
No, he's still alive in my screen because I guess my foundry
have to
also
just
dropped
refresh.
at that time. Yeah.
Okay. He's not alive. He's very dead. Anyway,
Very dead.
Okay.
so that's your first attack.
Second attack. More smack.
Hits. Just so you guys remember, you still have the effect of your T, which gives you an extra action.
If that's
All
true.
right.
That's
I
true.
know. Oh, I know.
I know fireballs.
Hey, he has limited spell slots. I don't have limited axe slots. Which I'll use that T and swing a tree.
Mm-hmm. You remember the delicious taste of, I don't remember the name of the juice, going down your gullet, and you feel it energizing
Japanese.
you, and you go for more attacks. That one misses.
Yeah. And I'm gonna use my bonus action to use my second wind.
You have a fourth attack.
Oh, that's right. It's a full action. Right. Neat. That one will work.
It hits.
Unless you
Wow.
want to use that second
I'm not
attack
using
thing that
action
you got.
surge.
And then you second wind yourself.
Yes.
Okay, go for it. D10 plus your
1d10.
level, plus 6.
All right. I'm so used to just rolling things through character sheets. Not used to using the hotkeys at the bottom.
Okay, you
So
heal
that's
8 hit points.
8.
Is that your turn?
I'll take it. Yep.
That's your turn then. Next up is this other hungry boy.
Why would you? What? Okay. Sure, Foundry. Sorry.
It's going to go ahead and approach you, Ender.
I'm so dead. You know that.
Mm-hmm. It's going to go ahead and bite you. It gets nothing other than just a roll. Oh boy, what's going on?
What?
That's a lot of dice.
That's 4
That's
D12
that's
damage.
bite damage, man.
Does a 19 hits?
Yeah.
I'll take that as a
16.
yes. So
Yeah.
you suffer 22 points of damage.
Ugh.
It rolled very low damage. Low-ish.
That's
Define low.
I mean,
there's
the
a 1
average-
and a 2 and a 4. That's how low.
The average damage is 28.
Yeah.
So
I'm
Sorry.
gonna stay over here.
Okay.
Oh wait, is it my turn?
The creature does not have multi-attack, so that's it. Falcon, you're up.
Okay.
Goodness, Andrew would have died.
Just follow me.
Magic missile. I'm gonna attack the one that's injured up at the top.
Okay, go for it. It is indeed injured. It's below half health.
Eh.
Alright, so that's how many missiles are you casting? Which level, I mean?
Level 1, so just 3.
Okay, so 3 times 4 is 12 points of damage.
Bap, bap, bap.
Yeah, you just release 3 magical missiles and they just fly and poo 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 at the creature. It's a very cool effect, but alas, the creature is still alive.
Excuse me while I just scoot my way over here.
Is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Next up is the other creature. It's going to attack you, Drakdarin. Because why wouldn't it?
Of course.
It's going to try and bite you. And it rolls. There's so many dice I don't even know which one is the hit die. It misses with a 10.
Whew.
And that is the creature's turn. Next up is you, Ender.
I can't disengage. Or can I?
I mean, yeah, you can take an action to disengage or spend a key point for Step of the Wind.
Yeah.
I know it. I'm just thinking, not that I don't know what to do. I'm looking for alternatives, but I guess that's it.
Just so you know,
So
if you hit the creature and stun it, it is unable to use actions and reactions.
Stunning strike. It's like
that's
the best
true.
monk feature, man.
Yeah, I know, but I also got pounce.
That's
I
true.
could pounce the other guy. Nah, yeah, let's go stunning strike.
I mean,
So, what?
no, just that like this creature has got a beefy bonus to strength. So they would be able to resist pouncing a little bit better. But go, you do you. What are you doing?
Oh, I got it. Sorry. I was trying to understand what you meant with the strength stuff. Okay, I'm gonna stun strike. So let's first attack this guy here. So 1 attack or not? What's going on?
Is it not rolling? Oh, there you go.
Okay, it rolled now.
You're just attacking
One
the guy in front
attack.
of you then. 21 hits.
Yeah.
7 points of damage.
Okay. Do I run 2 attacks and then stun strike, right? Because stun strike.
You can choose to stun strike on any attack that hits.
Okay, so stun strike.
Okay. Stunning strike. It has to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw. It fails. It's a stun.
It's
So attacks against the creature now have advantage.
okay. Can I go for the other creature and attack them?
Sure. If you come over here, you can flank it, or over here.
Let me see. Let me check something. Can I walk
You can. You have enough
25
movement.
feet here, 25 here, no, 20 here, 20 here. Okay, I can go anywhere. Okay, so let's move this guy and pounce him. I have to hit the attack first. So attack.
Sure.
And I missed it.
You miss with an 18.
With 8.
With 8, yeah, sorry. I don't know where that thing came from.
Which I guess I can't pounce. I have to hit to pounce.
Yeah, you still have your bonus action attack and you still have the T.
Oh my god, that's so much. Okay, so let's go bonus action. No, let's go T first. Then I decide whatever I'm gonna do with the bonus action. So, do I have to spend the T?
Yes.
Or something?
Yeah, you spend the T, you get another action with which you can do 2 attacks.
Why did I do that? Okay. So that's the T. Let's do 2 attacks. 14.
16 misses. Just misses.
Oh, okay. And 20.
20 hits.
Why is there's no third attack? That's wrong.
Okay. Well, thankfully, your first attack did more damage somehow. So, yeah, the creature suffers 8 points of damage.
It's still alive?
It is still alive.
So I'm gonna What's the name? Fur of Blows?
Yeah, for your flurry of blows.
Furry of Blows.
Furry of blows, yeah.
Furry blows, because he's a kid cat.
He's a cat.
That hits. 6 points of damage.
And 16, 18.
18 hits. 10 more points of damage. The creature is still standing
Why?
at 3 hit points.
Beefy boy.
Is that it for your turn?
It is. I guess I did so much stuff. I don't even know if
Storm climb.
it feels like I did way more than I should be able to. Actually,
That's what monks do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you just did is what monks do.
Storm climb.
Okay, so I'm gonna move up. Am I? I'm able to make a shot from this distance, right? So
Of course,
I
yeah.
wanna use my map blaster, the rat gun,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm making it at advantage because of pack tactics.
Okay, you killed the creature.
yay!
As it's thrashing and wailing, this sort of like, I don't even know how to describe it. This creature that has plates across its head and back that just seems like a very chompy reptile creature that seems to feed on earth and rocks. As it's wailing and thrashing from all the damage it's suffering, you just load up your gun, by which I mean you lower yourself and grab very tightly to Damocles, and you just pull on the trigger on your chest harness, and as you do, there's just this loud cacophony of sound as the explosion ignites and shoots a bullet right into the creature's eye, and it just bleeds and collapses to the ground with a very loud thud as the ground shakes beneath all of you as the creature dies.
Nice. Okay, then for my next action, let's see, I'm going to start moving up to the other dude. Let me see. Right here, and with riding on Damocles, of course. And since I'm going to use my rapier, my martini, to attack him.
Okay, make a attack with advantage.
Oh no!
12 misses.
Okay, so I'm going to use my T to go again.
Okay, you have another action with which you can make 2 more attacks. 15 misses.
Really? Oh, darn. Gosh darn it.
Oh no.
And I was on
That's
fire.
so unlucky. Oh my god!
As you keep trying to strike at this creature, summoning your Eidolon to keep making attacks, it just cannot break through this creature's very thick hide. As it seems to just deflect most attacks.
Darn. Come on, Algernon, we gotta break through. So, guess. Drac, come on, help us out.
Bonus action, anything?
I guess reload.
Okay.
There's nothing really much else I could do on my bonus action.
Okay, so you reload and that's it. Track Darren.
You already know what's going to happen.
I do. But I want you to tell me.
Lightning bolt. No.
Yeah, through the rat.
Sorry.
Oh, I just realized I could have used my card.
You could have.
That's true.
Ooh.
I'll take a natural 20.
Yeah, you should have rolled that with advantage because he's stunned, right?
Yeah. But you can't do
Let's
any
see if I
better
roll
than
natural.
critical.
2 natural 20s now.
Yeah. Do you want to have used your card, Stormclimb, on one of your attacks?
Let's see.
What is your card even?
A 3. Would it 18 would have actually hit?
Yes.
Yeah, its AC is 16.
17, actually.
Is it? Oh, shit. I thought we were hitting with 16s. Oh, no, flanking, right.
Do you use your card then? Okay, so that first attack that was a 15 to hit actually hits. Dealing 10 points of
Okay,
damage.
and then I'm gonna... Well, 14, because I'm gonna use Fury of the Small.
Ooh, okay.
And because I'm feeling spiteful, I'm also going to use a Divine Strike with my first level spell slot.
I'm gonna say you can't. You can't quite do that. That's too much retroactiveness.
Aww.
Oh, at least you did 14 points of damage to the thing.
Okay. Oh wait, no, it's 16, right?
Oh yeah, it's their level. Yeah. The creature takes 2 more points of damage. So, Drakdaring, your first attack is a critical.
Yep. Second attack. Can I not do that way? Okay, fine.
That hits with a 28, so 16 points of damage.
Oh, wait, didn't Drak roll a 2? Can't he re-roll that for his Great Axe?
I didn't roll a 2.
On the first attack.
On my first attack, I rolled.
Oh no, never mind. On that one that you rolled just because, just for
Yeah, it
kicks.
was just because. Yeah.
So that's your 2 attacks. Bonus action, anything?
Nope.
All right. So that's your turn. The creature's turn goes to waste because it's stunned. It can't do anything. Falcon.
Oh no, poor creature.
Fireball or not to fireball?
Not resilient to fire.
10, 20, 25, 30. I don't move very far. Okay, let me move over here. And let's see. Let me just pull out my ruler because all my skills. No, not the circle! Ah!
Tiny fireball.
Okay, this one. No, don't draw it. Hold on. I'm working on this.
All right. Take your time.
Okay, I'll
What are
count
you
myself. 10, 15, 20. Okay. So I was just trying to pull out my ruler, but I pulled out everything.
Here you go. I hope you can see that.
Nope.
I'm going
We
crazy.
can't see each other's stuff.
Okay, so I am going to cast Sapping Sting.
Ooh, cantrip casting. I love it. Go for it.
Oh, yes. They have to succeed a Constitution saving throw.
All right. The creature makes a Constitution saving throw, in which it rolls a natural 20.
Damn it.
Nothing happens to it.
Or saving throw or take. Yep, that does absolutely nothing then. Is there anything else I want to do? Is there anything I can do?
It's just too hardy. You can't break through its thing.
I'm just gonna sit here and smack my not lips.
Okay.
That's it.
You kept
It's
thinking.
my turn.
You kept thinking on what you could have done, but nay. Ender, you're up. What are you doing? Yep. Sorry, Falcon.
I don't want to die.
Falcon is not dead.
Okay. And
Oh,
not
what's up?
flanking anywhere. Right.
You can flank here with Storm Climb.
Oh, that's true.
Large creatures.
Yay. So flanking attack.
You have
Yay,
advantage.
attack. I forgot. Doesn't matter.
Alas, you miss.
Second attack. Oh my god.
Man,
16
this feels
misses.
This feels like our level 2 combat, guys.
Okay, so I'm counting on you guys. Martial arts, not spending key points.
I forgot, did you use up your tea?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. You
22 hits, dealing 6 points of damage. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, at the end of your turn, the creature is no longer stunned. So, next up is a Storm Climb. The creature shakes out of
Wait,
the...
I forgot to pounce. Because I actually hit a melee attack.
Okay, go for it.
Although this is just 13. Easy peasy.
Because it's a stun, it automatically fails strength saves, so it goes prone, yes.
Oh,
It was stunned until the end of your round, so there you go.
that makes sense. I didn't know that. Sorry.
Yeah, stunned. The creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws. Okay, its legs open wide and it just belly flops into the ground. It's prone, I guess. So, Stormclimb, you're up. What do you do?
Gonna stab the shit out of it with Martini, that's what.
Go for it. You have advantage because it's prone.
Sorry, guys. Sorry to the creatures.
Wow, the double
Nice, I
critical.
critted. So,
Yay,
I'm
double
definitely gonna
damage.
be let's see. I'm definitely going to be using a first level Divine Smite.
Mm-hmm. Go for it. Alright, so that's 19 points of damage from smiting the creature. Anything else?
So let's see, that's a total of 28 damage.
I already
So I'm
calculated
going
the
to-
damage. It's alright.
Yeah, I'm just talking out loud.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to attack one more time.
Mm-hmm. That hits with 24, dealing 4 points of damage.
Yep, I'm just running up and stabbing its eyes now because I'm angry.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
No, I'm good. I think that's good enough.
Okay. So that's the end of your turn. Next up is Drakdarin.
It's prone.
You have advantage.
Advantage. That was not
Oh.
advantage.
20
I held
Could
control
be, yeah.
instead of shift.
22 hits.
Yeah.
Dealing 17 points of damage. So, Drakdarin, as you raise up your axe, your great axe even, it's better than a regular axe.
It's great.
It's great. You lower it at the creature. Tell me how it is that you defeat this mighty foe.
I am going to aim for, kind of try and aim between some plates and just lodge that axe right in the back of its head. Try and hit the soft spot between the plates.
And you do. You, instead of hitting just straight down, you hit at an angle to try and do the most impact that you can by pretty much shaving off the plate from the creature by kind of getting the blade right there in the crevasse. And boy, you cannot imagine how much it would have hurt if that happened to you and your scales. But you don't care for this creature, and you just go with all of your draconic might, and you end the creature with one fell strike, swoop, or whatever you call it. And just like that, you pull back, and you notice that the creature just finishes bleeding, and whereas before it was snarly and kind of growling a little bit, it just kind of falls limp and stops moving and making any sort of sound altogether, as all of you look around and you realize that combat is over.
Wow, I actually got the lethal blows this time.
Nice job, guys.
I had to fight so much temptation to just not cast 2 fireballs at the end there.
I'm surprised you didn't.
So, I mean, it's either that or I have to walk home alone.
Because,
Oh.
yeah, he wouldn't have been able to get both of them without getting all of us. Well, except for...
Loot Master.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm gonna go
Falcon,
I'd like to go inspect that lance.
Yeah,
Oh, the
can you
circles!
take a look at this? Just make sure that it's okay to touch, because, like, that guy seemed a little crazy when he was holding that lance.
So, Ender, you go over to the guy to see what he has on his possession, and you see that the only things that he seems to have. Well, I mean, I imagine you guys are looting the entire everything, right?
All of them, yeah.
Oh, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
and the creatures.
Okay, make
I
an
want to take a tooth from one of those creatures.
make an investigation check, everyone.
Everyone.
Every
Get
Everyone.
that advantage, right?
Are we investigating pockets and stuff?
yes,
So do I do an investigation with advantage?
sure.
Game, why are you gaming me like this?
Oh.
Ah.
All right. So, Ender, you start investigating the creatures. The tiger folks.
Tigers.
The tiger folks' pockets, even the ones who burn to a crisp, they still have pockets. The pockets are kind of fused into their skin or whatever's left of it, so you kind of have to do a little bit of ripping apart. But You do find that in total. They all have about 500 gold pieces worth in gemstones.
What?
Nice.
So we got just
Each or
gemstones for now,
altogether?
right?
Come again?
I just write down gemstones.
Yeah,
For now.
gemstone. Gemstones have no weight, so there you go.
Okay.
Was it 500 gold each or 500 gold altogether?
Altogether.
Okay.
You also find, as you kind of keep going around, and they're scrounging everything because everyone is a little bit kind of, literally everyone else. Drakdarian, Stormclimb, and Falcon are kind of still ogling over the whole situation of burnt corpses and how good of a job Falcon did burning everyone into a dog darn crisp.
I just want that lance.
It smells good.
And the creatures that you just felled who are gigantic, and you kind of pay a little bit of attention as Falcon tries to tell a little bit things that he remembers having read or seen or studied in his past. And eventually you, Ender, is the one who has to go in and deep into the pockets of the creatures to find what they had. And you do find that the creatures did have quite a few things with themselves. And they had...
history roll.
No, do not. You'll find, Ender, that inside one of these creatures that have been felled, by opening it all up and kind of quote-unquote climbing into it, fishing out of its innards some bodies, you find that
Lots of words.
one of those bodies had a potion of invulnerability.
Wow, Andrew got a lot better at retrieving things out of monsters' mouths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time it didn't work out so well.
So unlike
No dwarves this time.
unlike the last time where you just got the hand, this time you get the whole body of an elf that's dead, but
Why?
surprise, surprise, this elf that you fish from out of the creature's gullet has pockets, and you go into them and you find a potion of invulnerability.
Oh my gosh.
Not
I guess
so
you could say
invulnerable.
that. I guess you could say last time Andrew got a handful. This time it's a body full.
And on top of that, this elf person, half-digested elf person, was also carrying a quiver with 20 pieces of ammunition that seems magical. I'll just go ahead and say it's 20 pieces of +2 ammunition. What kind of ammunition? I don't know. You guys decide. Except bullets.
Arrows?
You cannot do bullets.
Darn it.
Arrows.
I mean, sure. It can be arrows. It can be bolts for crossbows. It can be darts. They are
I
ammunition.
can use all these things.
How powerful is a dart +2?
Your dexterity +2.
Yeah. I mean, it's a dart, but you get +2 to hit and +2 to damage.
Darts are so damn weak that's not worth it.
Yeah, it's much better just to throw a rat.
But nobody uses bow and arrows in this thing, so up to you guys. You get 20 pieces of +2 ammunition. You guys decide what sort of ammunition it is.
Can we sell it?
Sure.
Just go over everything, then we talk about it.
And you also find this lens that this guy was holding. And I would like, as you guys are going over the lens, make a religion check, everyone.
Why is that my high roll? Look at that. That dice came out of nowhere.
damn it.
Jeez.
Yay, Falcon!
For not being too into gods, you're pretty religious.
Yeah, you gotta know about the things you hate.
So,
I getcha.
incidentally, it makes sense. Ender, looking at this lens and the engravings in it, you do recognize some holy symbols. And before you are able to tell the party what it is, Falcon takes the lead in as you immediately recognizes some of these symbols to be that of the Ladies of Fate. This is a relic, a powerful one. This is the Holy Lance of Lemential.
Lemon?
Ander, hand me that.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Can you spell that, Doug? I just heard lemon.
Lemmenthal.
The owl. Lemon the owl.
Lemential. No, I mean,
Lemential.
I'd smell like lemon. I can do prestidigitation on it. Probably shouldn't. Might kill me.
Lemon the owl.
I think it might be a good idea if I hold on to this for just a little while.
I mean,
Why?
up to you guys, really.
Why
Well,
do
I've
you
got
need
a.
it?
I'm looking for a priest or two that may involve this specific god.
Huh.
At the same
Well,
time,
I mean, like, let's.
Or I could stab someone with it.
You could, but it's also a relic.
It also hurt like a bitch when he hit me with it, so...
Oh, I'm sure it did.
Let's put it inside the bag of holding for right now. It's pretty big.
That bag must be getting full by now.
and lastly, you imagine that
The bag is almost full.
because what this guy seemed very protective of this lens, and they didn't seem to be going anywhere. You imagine that this is the relic that Vane was looking for, that he wanted them to retrieve it.
Oh.
The last thing you find, Ender, is that all of these guys were wearing the same helmets, and as you kind of pull them off, it seems pretty undamaged to a degree. And you're not entirely sure what is up with this helmet, but it seems to have some sort of magical capability as well. And you imagine that these guys they came here with these helmets. They didn't find 5 identical helmets in this place.
All right. How do I write down that? 5 unidentified helms.
Sure. I mean, yeah, 5 unidentified helmets, which you imagine, like all the other items you have, has some magical properties, but you won't know what they do until you try them out.
Or identify them.
Or identify them when you're back.
Which is going to take a while when we're back.
The only difference is that these helmets, they do not seem to have been made in the in here. It seems like they were brought from outside the Feywild. Like this
Maybe
folks here.
Vane gave them to him.
Probably. Maybe there's some mind control related.
I mean, I was going to ask, were you okay just beating the shit out of a bunch of tigers?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by what you said.
I
They
mean,
didn't want to talk. I offered the chance.
they
I was
seemed
okay with
hysterical.
it. Yeah, I was okay with it. I mean, don't get me wrong, you all. You know, it's just, it was not the best feeling in the world, but I wanted to talk, but
They didn't.
they didn't, and I'm like, okay, I was in a bit of a panic, and I'm not gonna lie.
And I see one of those helmets.
Yeah. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
I want to try and look through the goggles on one of the helmets.
Okay. There are 5 goggles and helmets / goggles, and even the ones from the bodies that quote unquote exploded in a fiery death are still more or less intact.
I'll take one off an unexploded corpse.
So sure, Draktharion, as you put on the helmet and the goggles, it shifts completely your perspective on what you are seeing. Suddenly, as you look around, some of the colors gets kind of muted, and as you look around, you no longer see anything but monsters around you.
And pull that off.
And as soon as you pull it off, you notice that the monsters that you were seeing were Ender, Falcon, and Stormclimb.
you okay?
No, do not put those on. Bad idea.
What happened?
You all turned into horrible monsters, which
Oh.
is, kind of just probably showing the true core of what we're doing. I can understand
Nightmare
why they were
vision
freaking out.
helmets?
Yeah.
Seems
Oh
more
no.
That was
like
not good.
it's
Good to
trying
know.
I guess it's like trying to condition you into like making it easier to kill other people, huh? I mean, that's what it seems like. If it's
I think that was put on them and given them the fear that we were monsters and that they were in self-defense and probably couldn't
Yeah.
understand. Not so much the conditioning of killing others. That being said, I'm going to strap this lance to my back now, and we should probably start heading back.
That is going to be given to the guild when we get back, might I
Of
add.
course.
That was what we were here for. But
I'm
yes,
not feeling so good now.
Hmm.
You'll be
I'll
alright,
take a
Ender.
walk.
hey, is the leader wearing the same kind of goggles and
All of them were.
Yeah.
helmet?
Everyone was wearing the same goggles.
Okay. So what's up with the elf? Does he look like he's part of this crew, or is his clothes a bit different?
It's completely different. You imagine that it's something this creature ate forever ago and didn't fully digest. And then the creature
So
came
he
back for
doesn't-
more.
Okay, so he doesn't have any sorts of he doesn't have a wallet or some sort of identity card on him,
No.
ID card.
I mean, you can always cast Speak with Dad if you want to know more about him, but please do
Ugh.
not, because
Not with a mostly digested corpse.
I don't have that kind of spell, and I'm not a cleric.
He's a paladin. Paladins get that spell, though, too. I think. Eventually.
No, I don't think. I gotta check.
oh, regardless, if you don't have it prepared, you don't have it.
Yeah, I'm
So-
going to just throw the helmet that I was holding, into the river. That's no good.
Actually, maybe we could sell it. I don't know.
I would never, in good conscience, sell this to someone.
I mean, as long as they know what they're getting into.
That's... no. I'm going to make a verdict and say that nightmare monster seeing goggles probably not the best idea to just peddle.
It'd be nice for a good trip.
The
Well,
guild's
Yeah,
gonna
it
want
could be
that.
very entertaining.
well, if you want to go in the river, we have 4 more. Well, 1 more that isn't incinerated and 3 that are. It'll be fine.
Yeah. So do you guys need me to heal you all up, or do you want to just take a potion?
Nah, I'm good.
I'm so
I'm
hurt, I think
taking
I'm
a
going to
potion.
cry.
I'm taking a potion, and Anthony's gonna want to take a look at those helmets. If those
Okay, I'm
were
gonna
from
take a
Ving.
potion too.
So keep the helmets, please.
We got 4 more.
So all 4 of you and Demicus, looking around, noticing that combat has subsided and you have won this confrontation and recovered the artifact that Vane seemed so keen on getting. You start your trek back down the mountain to return to make your way back to the tree, the portal, and return to Redemption with news of your work and some of the things you retrieved along the way. And as you start to make your way down Mount Gailey, the cacophony of gigglings and chuckling picks up around you all. But this time around, as you descend Mount Gailey, the giggling and the chuckling is not infectious, and it does not help lift up your spirits after what you have just witnessed. And that is where we're gonna end today's session. Which
Works for me.
somehow, thankfully, ended at the right time and didn't end in the middle of something weird. So, wow, it did timing good for once, you guys.
We did it, guys.
Nice.
Got a dog damn
We
figure
didn't die either.
somehow.
Yay, no deaths yet.
Yet. There's still the way back.
There's still plenty of time.
Quick question. We took our time drinking the potion, so how much is it for a full heal?
Drinking the potion. So my rules are weird. When you drink the potion, you can recover the full amount that it would recover, the maximum amount. So it's 10 hit points for normal potions of healing. And you can also roll hit dice one hit die when you drink a potion, and because you're drinking a potion as an action, you also recover the full amount for the hit die.
Oh, okay. So I guess I heal 20 then.
Mm-hmm. Wait, 20? Don't you have Constitution modifier? It's hit
So
dice
I
plus
guess-
your Constitution modifier, so you heal 21 points. And Ender, you healed 10 from the potion and a 9 from your hit dice if you want to roll a hit die.
I want to roll a hit die.
Okay?
It's a D. I don't remember.
It's a d8 plus 1, but you roll maximum, so you recover 9.
No, those rolls were for the potion. The potion has rolls in the inventory.
Come again?
The roll that I rolled on the chat is for the potion. When I click the potion, use the potion and rolled for.
Okay, I'm just telling you how much you healed. So 10,
Because of his homebrewy rules.
10 from the potion and 9 from hit dice, so that's 19 hit points total.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I tried rolling the hit dice, but I can't seem to select it.
Oh, it's
'Cause I
weird.
wanted
You,
to,
you,
like,
you have to toggle
knock down the
the
counter.
you have to toggle the short rest, or rather click to make a short rest. Then it asks if you want to roll hit die. If I remember correctly, but I don't know if it adds that automatically.
There we go. I managed to get that counter down.
Yeah, it does rolls automatically. I mean rolls and adds that to your health automatically. So keep track on that. You can always go to your class and then go into details until and then change the number of hit die used over there to manually change the amount of hit dice you have. But anyway, this session will end here for tonight. So yeah, we'll see each other next week when we get down from Mount Gailey. And other than that, thank you guys over there at the stream so very much for sticking around for this long, watching the whole session and seeing all this shenanigery that these people got into. If you want to know why in the world these people are going into the Feywild, you get to, well, we kind of did explain a little bit here at the end, but if you want to really know a little bit more, you can go over to the wiki to read a little bit more about the characters and everything else, because you know they're cool, interesting characters, and there's so much to learn about them. So you should go over there and check them out. But if you're not all about reading, because you know reading makes you sleepy, you can go over to the YouTubes and watch the replay of all previous episodes, because watching things also makes you sleepy, but it's way more entertaining for some people. In any case, go over there to those links I just posted in chat to see previous sessions. If you like it, thank you so very much. If you do not like it, well, I guess you can watch other D&D things over there on the internet, but I don't even know what I'm talking about. In any case, I'll be doing more D&D next Tuesday with the same groups, and Saturdays with another group, so yeah, come back to see more D&D, because boy oh boy, we can't ever get enough of D&D. And other than that, I hope you guys have an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, or whatever time of the day or the year you're having, and an amazing week. Goodbye, Twitch.
Bye, Twitch.
Bye bye.